Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all doing okay today. Good to see everybody. I hope y'all can hear me all right. Yep, I'm not muted. Sound looks good. Excellent. Good morning. How are you all doing, on this early Sunday morning? Yes, it is that time of the month for the Stage of Reason over on the Politics Discord server, where I sit down with special guests and talk about what they believe and why. So if you're new here, I appreciate you being here. And I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. Let me see who we've got so far. I've got Peter Collings says, "Ooh, it's been a while. So looking forward to this." Yes, it has been a while since I've been live. I think the last live stream I did here on this channel was the last Stage of Reason. I do need to do more live streams. I really do. It's just that I've been so kind of immersed in getting content together and like putting regular content together so it's dropping every week. So that eats up a lot of time. And we've got a lot of stuff going on in the background as well, just like stuff going on in life. My mother-in-law just had like a massive surgery to correct some nerve issues that she had in her neck that was causing problems in her extremities. And so we've been focused on making sure she's taken care of and everything because it was really intense. So we've been there's just a lot of stuff going on outside, but everybody's doing okay. She's on the road to recovery, and dogs are doing good. Everybody's healthy. So, so everything's good. It's just been busy, just running around doing stuff. And of course, planning for our next outing to go like treasure hunt and do all that kind of cool stuff. So just a lot of fun stuff, just wild. So just haven't been able to do live streams as often as I would like. Hopefully I'll be able to do some more. But when I'm out on the road, I'll definitely stream from there as well. So, but good to see everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Peter Collings, I do appreciate that. Doctor Who Design as well, who almost threatened us. I see what you're doing there. He's like, don't worry, I'm not that stupid. But you never know. We may see him. He pops in from time to time. I Killed Earl. So good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yes, don't you dare, Doctor Who. Don't you dare. Let me see who else we have here today. Jefferson Spatchcock is in the house. True anti-apologetics royalty there. Good to see you, Jefferson. Appreciate you hanging out. Jay Patrick as well is here, bringing his side of it. I do appreciate it. I've been hanging out with Jay. I've been seeing Jay a lot in live streams over on Taco's channel, which I'm going to talk about here in a moment. But good to see you, Jay. We've also got some special guests coming up. Is going to join me for the. They're going to join me for the Stage of Reason. So that's going to kick off at 10 o'clock. So this is the pre-show where I kind of get warmed up because it's early. I need to get my energy going. I've got my wake up juice. So just need to make sure that I'm set and ready to go so we can have these conversations because I need that energy to kind of be like, all right, to focus. And otherwise I'm just going to be like, But good to see you, Jay. Who else do we have today? Fenton Moley is in the house with the Klaatu Barata Nikto. Thank you very much. Do appreciate that. I do love that intro music. I think that intro is really, I'm very proud of that intro, the music that I found for it and the animation that I did on it. I think it looks really, really good. So I appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Felicia by Nature, good to see you. Says it's Sunday. Got to get hungover on Sunday. Yeah, probably after this. Usually after a Stage of Reason is how we kind of like shrug it off. But good to see you, Felicia. Thank you so much for being here. Daryl McCarthy says very early Monday morning. Very early Sunday morning for us. But good to see you, Daryl. Appreciate you being here. Cindy Johnson, thank you so much for being here. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Yes, funky intro. It absolutely is. I kind of dig it. So I'm sitting here like, when the video's playing, I'm on the back going like, just like drop the bass and shit. So Jesse Skeptical, good morning to you. Thanks so much for being here as well. And good to see. I have a lot of mods. I see a lot of mods. I have so many wrenches. And Cindy Johnson, thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army. I appreciate that support. You guys rock. By the way, if you would like to support, if you like the stuff that you see, the content that I make, and you would like to support the channel, I have channel memberships available. I don't have a Patreon. I was just discussing this with somebody the other day. I was discussing it with Godless Granny because I appeared on her show. She invited me over onto her channel to sit and have a chat, and it was amazing. I was honored because I love her channel. And but I was talking with Godless Granny, and before we went live, and I was like, I don't have a Patreon. I have some merch, but not a lot. Just some quirky little shirts that I've made, and like a coffee mug, just stuff. It's over on Foursquare. The link is on the channel. But I was like, I don't have a Patreon. I don't have have a dedicated PayPal. I do like that. All I have is channel memberships, and they're only 99 cents a month because it's pretty much how much I value my content. So for all of you who support via that, I appreciate it. You get the channel badge and you get all the custom emojis that I've made for you. And the more channel badges the more channel members we get, the more custom emojis I can make for you. I have a bunch that are kind of waiting to be put out. So when you guys, when we get enough members, you guys can unlock those. So we have more stuff. So I appreciate that support. It means everything. That's how I realize that, with like super, super cheap channel memberships, it just kind of like it adds up. So it all goes to the right place. And despite how much YouTube, takes out of them. So I appreciate all of that. And, hopefully, we'll get there and you guys get to see all the additional cool emojis that I've made for you. Some cool stuff. I'm thinking about making putting one of the emojis, the Hail Sagan emoji, using that for a t-shirt and putting that on the channel because I like my style better than the kind of like weird ones that are out there. So because the other ones out there are like, they have like specific designs that I don't really dig, but the Hail Sagan one that I made for the emoji, I think that would work as a t-shirt. So, but I appreciate all the support because I couldn't do it without you. I couldn't do any of this without y'all. So you guys rock. So I'm indebted to you. Let me see what else we got here. Ember, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thank you so much. Vic Lit, good to see you as well. Felicia by Nature says, I built a local LLM and integrated it into my Discord channel, and now I'm digging into RAG systems. And God, why am I such a dork? Age of the Geek, baby. That's what it's about. Age of the Geek. Okay? They're going to learn. They going to learn. We going to learn them. I Killed It says, I'm a wub-dub connoisseur. Whoop, 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 whoop. Love it. Absolutely. Leophilius. Yes. Another more anti-apologetics royalty. Good to see you, Leo, hanging out in the chat. Leo and I have had some adventures as of late, and it's been entertaining. But I'm gonna talk about that here in a second. But Leo, it's so fantastic hanging out with Leo. Even when we disagree philosophically, we know we're on the same page, and I love our back and forths, and I love it when we tag team. And we just he's out there just, throwing bows. And then when he gets a little frustrated, he comes up, he tags me, and I come in and I'm like, bah, bah, I stomp a mud hole. It's just great stuff. If you're a fan of pro wrestling, you know what I'm talking about. Josiel, good to see you. Good to see you. Been hanging out with Josiel too. I'm seeing the people. I've seen the people that I've been having adventures with lately over on Breakfast Tacos channel. So good to see you, Josiel. Appreciate you hanging out. Jesse Skeptor with an awesome PFP. That's amazing because, it's my boy. Good to see Jesse Skeptical, who just became a member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate that, Jesse. Thank you for that support. You rock. Says, love the Hail Sagan. Yes, I'm thinking about I should make the Hail Sagan a t-shirt. I should. My design, because I created that in Premiere Pro. And so I think I should make that into a t-shirt. So I think that works. Jesse Terpstra, good to see you. Says, looking forward to the Trent Horn video you mentioned. I am, yes. So that is currently in the works. Like I said, it's a long one and it's in depth. So I need to make sure. So in order to cut down on my editing time, I need to make sure that I need to make sure that I knock that out like boom. And it's a beast. It really is. Thankfully, on Friday, because I'm going to split it up between 2 weeks, a part 1 and a part 2. And fortunately, I have a redeemed Zoomer video, which was much, much easier because his stuff is pretty low tier. So, but I love exposing his intellectual dishonesty because it's so easy because he just wears it on his sleeve. So I'll be looking forward to that. But yeah, that Trent Horn one that's a beast and required a lot of work, just like, to go in and dive into the citations, because it's all about the citations. It's all about the quotes that they mine, and it's all about the sources that they cite. When you go in, you can expose just how much they're leaving out in order to support their specific narrative. But it's a lot of reading and a lot of detail-oriented shit that needs to be like parsed out. So it's always intense. But got to bring the receipts. That's what it's all about, because they won't. You got to bring them, because they never will. Cygnus TSP says, how do you do, JL? Good to see you, Cygnus. Appreciate you being here. And Azo Teddy Bear 64 has been a member of the Godless Army for 33 months. I love those milestone chats. They rock. I love seeing how long you guys have been members. Thank you so much for being here. But Ember says, Trent is so full of it. Brandolini's Law gets exponents. So yeah, Trent is... he's a unique one, okay? He goes above and beyond. Like, he really tries to bury it. Like, you have to, if you want to take on Trent, you have to go hard. You know, you have to be willing to sift through the miasma of the blizzard of bullshit that he is going to hit you with. You have to be willing to like take your time and dig. And of course, he has no expectation that any of his listeners are ever going to do this. Like his audience is going to do this. So it behooves us to take the time to do that in order to deconstruct his nonsense. So it was interesting. It's the first time I've ever gone after Trent. And it turned into such a much bigger project than I was anticipating. But that's one of the reasons why I love doing this. Why I personally like doing this, because you know I can dive in and start doing this research stuff. It's always fun learning this and saying like, oh, that's where he did that. That's where he like did the thing, or that's where he's like lying to his audience. So Cygnus TSP has been a member for 38 months. Thank you so much, Cygnus. Appreciate that. And Regios been a member of the Godless Army for 46 months. Thank you so much, Regios. You guys rock. You guys rock. And I think Regios is coming up on the big ultimate badge. You know, slowly but surely, it's coming up on the big badge. There's like one final. I think there's like currently there is the one final badge, the channel badge, which I don't think anybody has yet. So, but coming up on it, Regios. You know, blizzard of bullshit is a funny but accurate description. Yeah, in this blizzard of bullshit. Let me see. I think Daughtry. Yep. So Dorimo 10, good to see you. Says, I'm actually not familiar with Trent Horn, or possibly just don't remember him. Yeah, he's a Catholic apologist. He made a huge thing about his conversion from Protestantism to Catholicism, and that was kind of like what put him on the Catholic apologetics map. Is because he made this huge thing about Catholicism is the way. It's the truth there, and I'm kind of like, okay, whatever, because it's just altering your theology. Accepting some things, rejecting some other stuff, but he went hard in that, but. There's some stuff that I get to in that video that's, just goes to show, what it's all about, where his mindset is at. So, interesting stuff. Let me see. Oh, there was Taco making sure we got the right stage. Excellent schedule. We got 15 minutes. All right. Thank you, Taco, for that support. I don't know if you can hear this, but I appreciate that for doing the admin stuff over on politics. Conversion from BS to BS. Right. The apologist sleight of hand. Exactly, Dorimo. Absolutely. All right. So I see Leo's hanging out, and I saw Josiel's hanging out, and I know Jeff, my man, and Jay is hanging out as well, and a number of other people. So as of recent, like I was talking about the adventures that I've been on. So as I've been working, I've needed to I try to listen to like other people, like other conversations going on, and I've allowed myself to be drawn in to hey Andrew O is here. Good to see you. What's up, dude? I hope you're doing well. And thank you much for hanging out. And I know I haven't been over in the politics Discord server as of late. It's just been too busy, but I pop in from time to time. So, but I appreciate seeing you, and I appreciate your comments, because your comments are always gold on my content. But I've allowed myself to get drawn into Tacos, because he's admin. He's a friend of the channel. I've known him for years now, and he has his own YouTube channel that I've always tried to support and get people to subscribe to, and called Breakfast Tacos. And I've been over there a few times, and I've gotten drawn into kind of like the drama in his live streams, because he's recently taken to like live streaming like 10 to 12 hours a day. He has these long live streams where he'll bring on apologists and other theists, and he'll bring on non-believers like myself and like Leo and other individuals, and we will just have open conversations, and eventually sometimes it'll descend into a bloodbath debate. And it's really wild, because the bloodbath debate rules he has over there is that the audience is incentivized to super chat, because with super chatting you can actually affect what's going on in the debate. You can super chat to mute somebody. You can super chat to unmute somebody, to like so there's audience interaction. You can super chat to remove somebody entirely. That's a very expensive super chat. So the audience interacts with that. You never know what's going to happen. It's actually kind of wild. It's almost kind of like a reality TV aspect to it. It's just crazy. But it's fun. It can be fun, because you never know what can happen. Anyway, so I have had and as of recent, and I can't talk too extensively about this stuff, but I've been over there for a bit, and I have had some intriguing conversations over there. But most recently, I didn't realize this was huge drama that was going on, and of course, it's connected to Destiny. And that's because I have recently had the displeasure of engaging with Ben and Grace Thorpe, or as Leo, I can't do it like Leo does it. Thorpe. No, I can't. Leo does it great. You know, he does it like he makes a joke out of that. But I've had the extreme displeasure of dealing with these individuals as far as conversations go. Thorpe, you know, but I didn't know a lot about them. I just popped in one time and then there they are. Oh, Reggio says last seen you live late one night on Talk of Streams. Missed the talk with GG yesterday and haven't got back to it yet. Yeah, check it out when you get an opportunity. But I had no idea. So it's always really funny. It's actually really funny or I find it entertaining when I come across like YouTube drama that I didn't know existed. Now, I follow Destiny, not like extensively. Like I'm not like I'm subscribed to him and I watch all his stuff. So, but I'm familiar with Destiny and his debates, and I've loved his stuff where he's gone off after like maggots, and which is really good stuff. Like he knows his stuff. His rhetoric his dialectic and his rhetoric is different from mine, but I like his approach. I like what he does. So, but he and I've followed him ever since he like destroyed like Gary Darth Dawkins. So like whenever he wrecked him. So second best Bob, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Thorpe, the generic name used for an evil organization in a movie, like that. I say it like a cartoon sound. Yeah, you just do it better than I do, Leo. But apparently there was drama between the Thorpes, between Grace and Ben Thorpe and Destiny, that's resulted in like court action. But of course, it's not going to go anywhere because I've looked into it. And not only did I go down the online rabbit hole of all the footage that's available and all the stuff that's happened during streams and all the things that they've said. Thank you to Reddit for all of the links that send me back to YouTube to show me all this stuff. The people who have grabbed it. So Reddit's such a great source sometimes. Just, when it sends you somewhere else to go find the content that you're looking for. And so, but apparently this was well documented, like drama, and like I know Ben is trying to sue. I don't know what the status of that court case is, but Ben is trying to sue Destiny for slander. It's not going to go anywhere. There's no merit to it whatsoever. Because someone like Ben, given what I now know, is not going to want discovery. That's the killer. In a lot of these cases, especially like someone like Gary. Oh, sorry, like Darth Dawkins. Like, so you know who I'm talking about. So like Darth Dawkins is accuses people of like slander and defamation all the time. He's never going to do anything because discovery would destroy him. Okay, when we go through the process, like he sues me, I call my lawyer. He's got his lawyer, or he, I would be so lucky he would represent himself, but. The discovery process would absolutely destroy it because all of the things that he doesn't want on the record are going to the public record, which is available via FOIA request. And so he would never want that. Depositions, discovery, that whole process, it would just take him apart. And he definitely doesn't want that. So he doesn't even know how to like try and chill free speech accurately, which is hilarious to me. But it's Grace is suing him. Okay, so Grace is suing him or filed lawsuit. So. But yeah, like Ryan Murphy points out, lawsuit equals depositions equals discovery equals internet history. Yeah, it's like these are the things that they don't want in the public record, that they want people to just be talking about like I'm doing here. So it just kind of remains part of the rumor mill. But what I'm talking about isn't so much rumor, just my experience. So I've dealt with them. I did not realize all this drama existed. I am now aware of all this drama. And personally, I don't think... And I myself, I can't support being around that. Now, I don't have all the details, but suffice to say, in order to cover all my bases and do my due diligence, I'm doing my due diligence. I have gone down the route that I went with Darth as well, so I can make sure that I'm aware of everything that's available to the public. So the whatever court transcripts are on the record, in that particular state where he's at. And then, of course, any arrest records or anything like that. So I'm pulling it all just to make sure that I know. So I have a good sense of what's going on. So I'm not just one of these people, these talking heads blathering about stuff that I'm only, cursorily, aware of. So but from the things that I've heard and the footage that I've seen, okay, and the people that have talked about this, it's really not good. And I don't know if I can justify platforming them at any point. So it's just really gross for those who are in the know. And it's not something I plan to, but it's just something. This is just I don't plan on diving into this or exposing this. I'm certainly not going to dox them. They deserve their privacy, whatever it is. I'm not going to go after them, but it's just something really, really fascinating that happened in the last week or so when I suddenly came out because I was like, I had no idea who they were, and then all of a sudden there's like this mad drama that's following them all around, and it's wild. It's absolutely wild. Though I have no idea. See, Earl, that's the crazy thing. She has made because is it really just that they're like she's openly admitting it, or is it just cringe talk because she knows it will fire people up? Because people will go, is that what she's doing? Is she's doing it for the reaction, or is it really happening? And that's something that she is openly telling people, or is it both? She's openly telling people because she knows it will get that reaction out of them. Like, what the heck is going on? I can't speak to the psychology of these individuals. At best, as Earl points out, they are lol cows. That's what they are. They're very unserious people that do not deserve your platform. They will not be platformed here, ever. It's never going to happen. Whether it's real or it's fake for views and for clicks and views, it's gross. And I myself not going to support it. And I don't plan on debating them again ever because, I'll leave it to other individuals, but I just can't in good faith. It's kind of like I would never debate Nathan Thompson just for the exact same reason. It's kind of like, I guess it's just a personal thing on my end. I would never debate Nathan Thompson because I'm not going to give a platform or even give the illusion that I am that I would ever condone or even let slide the idea of somebody going to like a children's recess at an elementary school and harassing them about flat earth and throwing flat earth flyers at them. I would never do that. That's gross. It's antisocial. It's dangerous, and I wouldn't do that. So I wouldn't platform him, which is why I got so pissed off at Modern Day Debate for doing it, for paying him to be on their platform. It's just, it's just disgusting. Same reason here. I don't want to be associated with that. I don't want to be affiliated in any way. So I still support Taco. It's just that if they happen to be there, I just won't be. It's just so, especially, if the information that I'm ordering comes in, if my FOIA requests, everything, if they go through, I want to get confirmations that I know what I'm talking about. So I want to know what the cops have. I want to know what the court has. I want to know what's on the public record. And so I can get a better idea of what's going on. So like same shit I've done before on a couple of individuals that I hate the rumor mill and I want to know, I want to know what's been said in these transcripts. I want to know what the heck's going on. So yeah, Luna Knights says, imagine doing these kinds of things just for clicks and views. I mean, seriously. Yeah. It's beyond, it's fucked. And Ike says her brother's on the record saying it's real and he's deeply embarrassed by them. See, that's what I want to see. He's on the record. I want to get that transcript. Like I want to read that transcript and see exactly what was going on in that conversation. So just to confirm what's going on. So the weirdo currently known as Evan. Good to see you, weirdo. Thank you. Or Evan, formerly weirdo. So, or currently weirdo. So good to see you, Evan. Appreciate you being here. MDD James is like PF Young. They are white supremacists, think it's funny to be submissive. I really don't have a problem with James personally, but the way he runs his channel and just like, I think he's just like, he's giving into the dumpster fire as a reason. He is one of the symptoms of the anti-intellectualism movement in this country. And I think he's just a symptom of that. I don't think he's a source of the problem, but I think he's a symptom and I'm not a fan, especially I just don't. Yep. So yeah, I think she has to prove the destiny spread while thinking it wasn't true. Yeah. Josiah, yeah, the burden of proof, like the bar for proving defamation or slander, especially defamation claim is so high. And there's no merit whatsoever, just based upon the information I have, without even looking at the transcripts or like the actual court filing on that you could pull off of Pacer. So without even looking at that, you can already tell that especially in especially in their state, without doxing them, especially in their state, the suit has no merit. It's no merit whatsoever. It will be dismissed the minute it gets in front of a judge. So probably it'll be without prejudice. So she could refile again, but there's no merit to that. Plenty of clips that would lead to clues something's good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, her own behavior. So you set the table. It's going to be in her mind. You set the table. You're going to get what you put out there on the internet. So you put it in a public forum. People are going to run with it. There's no defamation there. You knew exactly what could potentially happen. You did, even if it's fake, you did it on purpose. So you can't set people. You can't set people up like that. It's just silly. Neck2, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. Appreciate the feedback on Discord you sent me. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, B.S. Lewis. Appreciate that. Being on GG's channel was really awesome. So I'm sure to pop over to Godless Granny, check out the little conversation, the little kind of conversation I had with her. It was a blast. So she's really, really cool chick. I dig hanging out with her. Yeah, really, really awesome. All right, we got 1 minute before we pop over. Let's do this. All right, and I guess we're going to start the event. And I know I'm going to have my special guest joining me here in just a moment. Okay, they can hear me. Let's add that to the stage and put me down. Oh, no. Wrong one. There we go. Let's do that and put me down in the corner. There we go. Oh, I see Andrew O is already in there. Good to see you, Andrew. So there he is. There's my man. Yes. The spatchcock.
What's going on?
What's going on with you, man? How you been?
Oh, busy. But not busy with YouTube stuff. Just busy with life stuff.
I get it, man. Sometimes it comes up, life priorities.
Yeah. I didn't see you over on Breakfast Tacos. I jumped into the middle of a live one, I think a day or two ago, and the Thorpes were on, and Leo was on with them.
Right.
I think it was the Thorpes. Is Ben Thorpe? Does he have like the like a username Abel?
Yes, that's him.
Okay, with the gray hair. Yeah, he seemed easy to trigger.
Oh yeah.
And then I didn't realize that the Grace girl, that they were relatives. I didn't know that was she was his daughter.
Right.
But they had an interesting tag team dynamic while they were talking with Leo. It didn't seem like anything that Leo was trying to say to them was in any danger of them like comprehending. Like it was just sort of flopping around out there. Like, yeah. I did not get a good vibe from them. It was It's interesting when you talk about that. Like what Earl has brought up. I Killed Earl brought up in the side chat there. Like, okay, well, even if that's just for just to trigger people, that's messed up.
That's disturbing, deeply, deeply disturbing. So
yeah,
but you've been doing okay. You've been everything going positively.
Yeah, for the most part, just trying to survive the summer. It's been super humid here this summer, like one of the worst we've had in a while. But other than that, work's been a little extra busy over the summer, but nothing to really complain about.
Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, I got to tell you, Paul, I see your hand is up, and putting stuff like that in the side chat is not going to get you up on the stage. So, anywho, but yeah, that's just not going to, that's not going to get you up on the stage at all. So you may as well. So we're just going to go ahead and no.
I love why do you care so much? Well, first, because we're bored. I mean, we are doing this kind of to entertain ourselves. When people with imaginary friends tell me that their imaginary friend has plans for me, I care.
Right.
I also back away slowly and avoid eye contact, but I care.
Yes. In the simplest way to put that, this is precisely why I do it. When it comes down to it, these kinds of things do have effects on us as part of a society, and irrational beliefs tend to lend themselves to irrational behavior. So I'd like to address these things, and discuss these things, maybe just bringing one person at a time over to, the side of reason, rationality, and logic. So, but yes, why we do it. So everybody who's not been in this stage before, I see got some people here in the audience. A number of you here are familiar with the stage here, but I see some new names. And so this is the Stage of Reason. Stage of Reason is a monthly stage. I do it every third Sunday of the month, where we here on the Politics Discord. Link for Politics Discord is in the description of this video, this live stream. And I have me and a special guest or two will talk about what we believe, or talk about what people believe and why, and we'll bring people up to the stage to ask, they ask us questions, we ask them questions, and kind of have these conversations to try and, get to the bottom of these things, to understand why people believe the things that they do and what's the reasoning behind that. So it's important to me because, like I said, irrational beliefs tend to lend themselves to irrational behaviors. And I think by reducing irrational behaviors, we has a net positive for society. So very, very important. I think it's an important conversation. Plus, like Jefferson said, it's entertaining. It's entertaining for us, and it's a way to get the word out there. So, and thank you, Nectu. Appreciate that. Yeah, but every month, every third Sunday here. Notifications go out on my channel if you're not subscribed to my channel. There's also Jeff. Jeff has his own channel as well, called Jefferson Spatchcock. You can go and check out his stuff. I'm sure he has new content coming out soon. And then, of course, we pretty much do the same stuff. We talk about different things, but we're pretty much in the same field. So, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. I know life stuff can get you down, especially when it gets too intense and you're not, when you're trying to do the content thing. I know it can be a pain in the ass. So, anybody in the live chat, if you haven't been up, we like to prioritize people who have not been up before, people who we haven't talked to before, and we definitely like to prioritize believers, depending upon what you believe. But the topics can range anywhere, from theology to, religion in and of itself, science, philosophy, whatever. Sometimes politics, but there's other channels for that. But nonetheless, love to have people put their hands up and come up and talk and maybe defend their worldview and see what they have to offer. So all you have to do is put your hand up, and we will bring you up on the stage. What else we got? That's kind of a really vague one. Not really vague, but let's see. Ethically Questioned has their hand up. So like bringing new people up. Ethically Questioned. I think I haven't had you up before, so welcome to the stage.
Hello.
Make sure that we can hear you.
And am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Good to go.
Thank you. Okay.
So, what do you got for us today?
Okay, so if in case you didn't know, I just wanted to ask, do you people know what anti-natalism is?
Anti-realism?
Anti-natalism.
Anti-natalism.
Yeah.
Yes, I am not an anti-natalist, if that's what you're asking. So, but yes, I know some people who are.
Okay, so anti-natalist, and the worldview I'll be defending is anti-natalism.
So you want to defend anti-natalism?
No, it can be discussion, or it can be talk. Let's see where it takes us. So we can start by what you think of anti-natalism.
What do I think of it? I myself, I see I'm familiar with the arguments for it, and I'm familiar with the arguments against it. It's subjectively, the reasons getting like why somebody would support it from my understanding. I'm not saying I have a complete, total understanding of it, or like I'm an expert on it, but the reasons for it are subjectively derived from the individual. They see the outcomes of specific actions, and they look to how those actions, how those things could be solved, those problems could be solved, those outcomes could be eliminated. And so I've always felt it, to put it in very simple terms, it's very Ultron, you know, because Ultron's job in the comics, in Marvel Comics, when Ultron was introduced, his job was to take out the trash in Avengers Tower. Well, he was a learning AI. And eventually it came to the conclusion that in order to solve the problem of taking out all the trash was to eliminate the trash entirely. How do you eliminate the trash? You eliminate all humans. So it's very kind of Ultron in that reasoning. I understand why it makes sense to some people. I just disagree with it, but the reasons I disagree are also entirely subjective.
Okay, thank you. Because the reasoning for anti-natalism is the inevitability of suffering, I believe.
Right. In the analogy that I said, the suffering would be the trash and the cause would be the people.
Exactly.
Right.
So, some people treat the act of procreation as a personal choice. And my counter argument is that it's not a personal choice if it involves someone being pushed into the world devoid of a consent that is unattainable. Am I being clear?
Okay.
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
The idea that that a person is born against their will, so it's an inherent violation of their autonomy, because it's an action, because they may choose to not want to exist, and so they're being brought into this world against what they may want. But the problem is that the issue with that from a biological perspective is that the neural capacities to make such distinctions don't exist in children that are just born. So that is a decision that is made after the fact. Like, a person may not want to exist due to the potential suffering, but not all existence is suffering, and not all people have the same experience in their lives. So that's really just a hindsight kind of like conclusion. They look at the course of their lives, they look at the circumstances, and then they say, I would rather have not existed. And so then the idea comes that the act of birth is a violation of like autonomy or free will. So like they're being brought into the world against their wishes. But the problem is they didn't have any wishes to begin with. So because there's no like cognition there, it's just a biological function that results in an individual that will develop cognition. So the responsibility, in my eyes, just from a biological perspective, falls on the parents. That the parents need to be more proactive about, or all parents need to be proactive about the scenarios or the situations or the circumstances that they are bringing children into. This is one of the reasons why my wife and I have not had kids. We're not anti-natalists. We just recognize the responsibility of bringing a life into the world. So we don't have the means to give that child what that child deserves to be brought into the world, So,
okay.
So like I said, it's subjective how it comes down to it.
Anti-natalism doesn't argue that a life which it has already started is worthless to live. It says that it's unnecessary to start one. You know what I'm saying?
Like, yeah,
you're already. No, I since you're already born. Since you're already born, there might be some stuff of interest that you want to pursue, which makes your life worth living. Am I correct?
Okay. My thing is that these positions, the positions are subjectively arrived at. There's no like mind independent or stance independent position that backs it. So whether you decide whether you fall on antinatalism or you don't fall on antinatalism, how you come down to that is personal, is like literally just subjective determinations that you're making that are typically informed by the scenarios that you are presented with or the experiences that you have. So,
okay, do you believe suffering is subjective?
The experience of an individual experience suffering, obviously the like what is defined and what specifically as suffering, there's a definition for what it is. And there's some people would view like what they're experiencing as suffering. Other people might disagree that it doesn't meet that standard because they'd say that your standard for what suffering is too low, or your standard for what suffering constitutes is too high. Okay, so there is a subjective aspect to it, but there is a definition of what suffering is. And that is, like the pain that is experienced as a result of an action or an outcome or something of that nature. So it just depends upon. So there's an aspect to it that's subjective, but there is like an objective definition for what it is.
Excellent. So, okay, do you believe every person will, whether subjectively or objectively, experience some sort of suffering?
Okay, so
eventually, inevitably.
No, you have to. So, can you repeat that again? I think there might be a language barrier, or there might be just a language issue there. Just really concise, really clearly. Can you say that again?
Okay. Do you believe suffering, whether subjective or objective, will occur to every person inevitably?
Yeah, like just by that term. Just going through, just growing, just physically growing is going to cause pain. Just like literally, just the pains of like your bones growing, your growth plates. There's going to be physical pain just as your body matures. So, so that, I mean, you could literally just boil it down to that. Like there's going to be pain involved. Like if you have the capacity to like internalize, like to feel pain, if your brain has the capacity to do that, you don't have something like, SEPA or something like that, just growing, you're going to experience pain, at least aches and pains, so your teeth coming in, you're going to experience pain. So.
Yes. And is there a way to stop suffering?
The only way to stop that natural suffering that's going to come along just by purely through biological development, the only way to stop that would just be to never have kids. Would be to, like, for no one to ever be born ever again, because that's unavoidable. Like if you're born, you're going to grow, and as you grow, there's going to be pain involved simply because of the way your body is changing. So it's just unavoidable. So the only way to avoid that kind of suffering, or even then, like, building muscles requires pain. Your muscles have to break down and then they heal back stronger. So there's going to be some pain involved. So, but these are unavoidable. This is just by virtue of existence. These are going to happen. Gravity exists. You're going to walk around. As you're learning to walk, you will fall down. That's natural. So as you're learning your balance, you're going to fall. So these are completely unavoidable. So to eliminate the unavoidable things just by virtue of existence, then the only option is non-existence.
I think there's another problem too, because even if you, some of the arguments for anti-natalism, even if you were, let's say that maybe the strongest argument is that you're bringing a life into the world that's going to inevitably experience some kind of suffering, objectively or subjectively. Okay. Let's say that we have the capacity to bring another life into the world and then immediately upload its consciousness into a body that doesn't experience any of those things. It doesn't experience any real physical suffering from the natural aches and pains of just developing and growing as a living human being. You still have the consent part of the anti-natalist thing. If you can eliminate the subjective suffering or objective suffering, what do you do about the consent issue? Did you have the right to bring the individual into existence regardless of the presence of suffering?
Yes, the consent is unattainable.
Right, but it's a future person, so the empirical disagreement to that would be that it's a non-starter, right? A future person isn't born yet, so consent's not an issue.
Yeah, consent's not an issue. Okay, so say for example, if you birth someone and you put them in the highest amount of pleasure possible, and they're gonna come one day and thank you for birthing them, then suddenly consent's not an issue, right?
No, I mean, you could have the individual be born into a world of nothing but pleasure and be critically bored and want to end it all. They don't see any point to life. There's no challenge. So what do you do? I mean, in that case, what would you argue for that individual? They might resent the fact that the world that they've come into is just, a feather bed.
Come again?
You might end up with an individual that resents the fact that the life is just, a complete feather bed. It's just, there's no challenge. There's no, there's nothing to really,
yes.
push up against. Yeah.
Say, for example, if the individual was born into a convenient utopia where there's equal amount of, challenge and equal amount of pleasure, one which is convenient for the individual. How about that?
Okay, but then you still have the consent issue, right? And the only way you'd get around the consent thing is if the individual, like it seems like what you're saying is, if the individual that's born eventually states that they're thankful for being born, then the consent issue goes away. But what if that remains unspoken? What if they're not really grateful? For them, it doesn't occur to them to be grateful that they were born. It's just life, and that's their perspective, and they go through life, and maybe they are, happy to be alive, but they never express it. I mean, does that? To me, that's where I think anti-natalism falls apart, because most of it you have to presuppose a really pessimistic view of life in general, and then you have to impose a consent issue onto a hypothetical being that does not exist yet. And I just don't see the point.
Also, that's I think the problem with the anti-natalism, because it only says that it's not necessary to start. It doesn't prove that the life that has already started is not worthy of living. And when you say, "Oh, is your life worthy of living?" If life is worthy of living, then it is okay to start it.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody could say that.
Right.
I mean, if life is worthy of living, then it is worthy of starting. Somebody will say that.
Right.
And I was wondering if there was any response to that.
Well, if anybody was taking this, if through the debate of anti-natalism, people were to discover, I think the one thing that it might contribute to a discussion is helping people focus on the fact that they are responsible for a life they create.
Right.
Whether or not that I think would, I think that helps to focus the mind, as opposed to another worldview like, say, quiverful Christians that basically believe God has told them to crank out, human children like litters of rabbits, because the more image bearers of Christ you can churn out, the better everyone is, which is kind of a weird thing to do, especially if you consider the discussions or debates about God already knowing how many people there are, and souls being eternal, right? Maybe those souls are in a chamber somewhere, and they're in a bucket, and you've got to crank it out with the missus in order, to get those souls installed in a human body stat so that they can experience life, and only to be condemned and then redeemed by Jesus. So that's an interesting process, but so they have their own way around it. They're commanded to breed, and I don't. That one would go around it, right? Because it's not about you; it's about Jesus. Producing kids God. Producing kids is about glorifying a God. For everyone else, usually starting a life is usually a byproduct of two people being together, biologically capable of reproducing, and is a sort of just an extension of their love for each other and a desire to continue living. So whether or not, I think any different people are going to impose different values on it. But
Okay, so the problem with the Christianity is that, see, you have Adam and Eve who ate the fruit and fell down, and from there on, any offspring that they produce is also guilty of original sin.
That's the dogma. Yeah. For most, I think most Christian denominational belief. Yeah. The concept of original sin is usually held.
So, say for example, for the sake of the argument, original sin is a thing. Then one of the ways to save souls, when a soul is born, when a person is born, especially in the 21st century, there's no guarantee that even with the best of the Christian household raising, they're not going to turn atheists. Okay, so regardless of what sins they do in their life, there's just one sin that can get them to hell for eternity, and that is original sin. In this case, the merciful thing to do was to not procreate and produce an individual who would be condemned for original sin because they inherited original sin through birth. And from that point on, the decision of Adam and Eve to produce offsprings on earth after they have eaten fruit was so messed up. It resulted in original sin being inherited by progenies.
But there's ways around it. Different Christians, different dogmatic beliefs have ways around this. So, for instance, the importance of child baptism. So it doesn't matter what the child's individual belief is. If you're, for instance, like a Catholic, you would go and get that child baptized, shortly after it's born, and then it's part of the church, and it's sort of protected by that kind of federalized belief system. And then the child grows up and develops in the faith. If they reject it later on, that's up to them. Maybe they get excommunicated, but yeah.
I kind of see it as a response to the dogmatic positions of that. Like, if you take it to its logical conclusion, if the point is to avoid unnecessary human suffering, then if you're going from that perspective and arguing within that context, then yeah, not having kids, like having no kids ever, would obviously avoid any possibility of anyone ever going to hell ever again. So that particular suffering is just simply not put anybody in the situation where they'd have to deal with it. So you simply just stop breeding. And I get it as a response to as like a kind of like a nuclear response to the dogmatic positions of that. But I don't traffic in those circles because I don't believe these things are true. So that's why I look at it from a biological perspective, that it's kind of like there's that which is unavoidable and that which is avoidable. And so you can only plan for so much. You can plan for some, but you can't avoid it all, because there's just going to be stuff inherent with just the aspect of existing as an agent on the planet. Just by virtue of living experiencing the world, there's going to be pain involved. Because pain is how you survive. That's literally, it's a survival mechanism, the ability to feel pain. People who congenitally cannot feel pain typically don't often live very long, because they don't know when their body is hurt. So they don't take measures to prevent themselves from further injury. Okay. So people who have that condition, which exists, it's called SEPA. And they typically don't, because they lack the capacity to do basic things like thermal regulate, and they can overheat and have strokes, just because they don't feel that they are overheating. So pain is an important survival mechanism that keeps us going and avoiding further injury. So there is a level of suffering that's going to be involved. This is like natural suffering, or what we call necessary suffering, because it's it's literally just a part of it, just by virtue of our evolution. Then there's the unnecessary suffering, which is suffering that you could eliminate and it wouldn't really alter anything. So, like, for example, the unnecessary suffering of natural disasters. Those don't need to occur, at all. So that would be unnecessary, but then there's going to be some necessary. So just to try and drill down to this, like so ultimately, like, what are you advocating for? Do you have an argument for one particular position or the other?
Okay, so my argument is that Christians who believe in original sin have a pretty good reason not to procreate.
Okay, yeah. So it follows from that. If the objective is to avoid anybody else ever going to hell ever again, and subjecting someone to the possibility of going to hell, because for people to go to hell, it must be possible for them to go there. If there's no one else ever born ever again, then it's not possible for anyone to go to hell other than the people that are already alive. So if you stop producing people, then there will never be any more future people that are going to go to hell. Okay. Now, the converse of that is that the human species would go extinct because we would all just die out. We wouldn't be breeding anymore. So we would eventually just die out over time. So I get that in response to the dogmatic position, but not everybody operates like I said. I don't hold that any of that nonsense is true. So I do like that it shows the natural unempathy, like the natural inclination for cults to reinforce the denial of their empathy for other people, which they often do, because cults do that. So, but ultimately, like, where do you stand? Because I want to make sure that we get to the heart of this, because we do have other people with their hands up, and I want to make sure that we get the opportunity. So, just as far as this position goes, are you an anti-natalist? Are you not an anti-natalist? Or
Okay, so yeah, I'm an anti-natalist.
Okay, so
I'd like to clarify that I do not spend time shaming parents for, creating their reproduction choices. I just invest more energy into arguing that why the act of procreation is,
okay.
what follows from it.
Okay, so
you kind of challenge that. You think that the argument is good because it forces people to examine the assumption that reproduction is just a given. It's a good.
I don't shame parents. A lot of anti-natalists shame parents. I don't.
So my curiosity is that something that's fascinating in this is that, unlike other species on the planet, we have the capacity to remedy a lot of the suffering that is caused by our existence. Okay, a lot of the suffering that we do to the rest of the planet. Okay, not just the inherent suffering of just existing that's just going to come along with just being, because I mean we're biological organisms, so that's going to happen anyway. So, but if you're talking about all of a lot of the unnecessary stuff, there's a lot of unnecessary suffering that we cause just by virtue of us interacting with the world that could be avoided. Okay, like we just have to make an effort to do so. We would have to literally empathize with everything else that lives on the planet and sacrifice our immediate comfort for their longevity. So that would be one way we could do that. But that puts the responsibility for limiting that suffering on us. We as a species, for some reason, there are individuals who fight for this, but we as a species simply seemingly refuse to do this at this point. So, but if it was the species imperative, collectively we agreed that our existence, that per our ability to do so, that we should make an active course to limit the amount of suffering we cause just by existing. Okay, so if we as a species collectively did that, we stopped polluting the environment, we stopped destroying ecosystems, we stopped negatively affecting the biosphere, we actively made these choices, okay, then that would reduce an enormous amount of suffering in the world, not only for other species and the earth itself, but also for us, because a lot of the suffering that we experience is as a result of the stuff that we do and the suffering that we cause other things. So really this comes down to a responsibility thing. So would you still be anti-natalist if the entire goal of the collected species was moving forward was to actively reduce the amount of suffering we cause by our existence?
Surely. Suffering is still the $1 million question. Suffering is
okay. So yeah, so
the
like
$1 million question.
yeah, so like I said earlier, it comes down to subjective because when it comes down to weighing what can be gained from existence, okay? Because I love knowledge, I love learning, I love the process of learning, I love exploring. What I see are the benefits of existence are far outweigh the naturalistic suffering that comes by simply existing. Growth pains, your teeth coming in, falling down and banging your knee, getting into it, like having an accident. Okay, or like something in it, something invariably happens. I love walking in nature, but there's a risk of that. I could trip and I could break my ankle, or I could run into a wild animal. But the enjoyment and what I get personally out of walking in nature outweighs that. But that's subjective. That's subjective for me. Okay, so there is a give and take. So it's interesting that if we did, that your position would be that we should still. So that means that we should that anti-natalism for you is still justified, even if our entire collected species actively worked to reduce the amount of suffering we cause by our existence, which tells me that your position is that what can be gained from existence is outweighed, like everything that can be gained, whether it be the pleasure or the experience itself, is outweighed by completely naturalistic, unavoidable suffering that comes along with existence itself. Is that your position?
Almost.
Okay. So does the suffering outweigh existence? Or does existence outweigh? Do the benefits of existence outweigh the suffering? Or does the suffering outweigh any benefit of existence?
Good question. Because, after having experienced suffering, the individual still does not contemplate suicide. They are following interest. There's this thing called reason to live.
Okay.
The Japanese call it ikigai. So, a reason to live. Let's say, for example, what is your reason to live? Is it to buy cars, luxury cars, drive them, or to save the world, to end world hunger? Whatever. It can be unrealistic, it can be realistic goals. So no matter the amount of torment individual suffers in a lifetime, there has to be something. There's a reason for living that follows.
Right. I agree that psychological health is important, and it's important for an experience. But I'm also a staunch advocate for the right for the right for an individual to self-terminate, for to make that choice. I advocate for that because that's a right. That's their life. It's their autonomy. I don't think it solves any problems, but for that individual, existence may be just agony, no matter what's going on, which I understand. Okay, whether it's
euthanasia,
whether it's chemical, the individual needs to be able to make the choice themselves when they're a person. Okay, so if they're an existing human being has the autonomy, and as long as they have the legally protected right, they can choose to do that. I'd say that they deserve that right. If we recognize them as people, that they are autonomous agents, they have free will, they have the ability to choose the direction of their life, I support that right. I may not agree with it in all circumstances, but I certainly empathize with it. I understand it, and they deserve that right. Okay, because I can't allow my subjective interpretation or my subjective positions to dictate how other people live. That's just insanity.
Okay, that's a based argument. I am pro euthanasia.
I say in that context, but if you're talking about individuals that don't have the neural capacity to actually perceive these things or make these decisions themselves, like their brains are not developed. Okay, so you can't. So they don't have the capacity to make these choices of their own consent, because these concepts their brains are not there yet. So it would still be a violation of their free will. It would still be a violation of their autonomy, and you're taking a choice out of their hands. So when they are legally mandated to be able to make these choices themselves, they should be able to have that option. Okay, so
yes, exactly.
Right. And of course, if they're struggling with that, there should be systems in place, social systems in place that to help them or to support them, at least give them someplace where they can see, like, what decision should I make because I'm on the fence? And then a professional individual who is unbiased should be able to walk them through this and be like, these are what the options are. And an individual should be allowed to check out if they want to check out. You don't have to stay. No one should be forcing them to do so if they don't want to. Okay? So that's their right. That I've always been a supporter of that. So
exactly true. So when we talk about these topics, we cover human. How about we cover non-human species? So when we were talking about anti-natalism, we were talking about anti-natalism in light of human existence. So, like, I believe anti-natalist, if we strongly agree with that position, has a negative duty of preventing their pet, if they have one, from going out and reproducing with other animals, especially if it's a dog or a cat, because they cannot make that conscious, well thought decision for themselves, and hence has to depend on us to for making choices such as this. How do we address that one?
how okay, so there's a differentiation between animals that exist in the wild and domesticated animals. The problems and the inherent suffering, that result from the existence of domesticated animals is directly caused by us. So, like, the issues that we have, the issues that like you would say that the societal issues or whatever issues that we have with dogs and we have with domesticated dogs and domesticated cats is as a direct result of our actions. Those are things that we could reduce. We could reduce that suffering immediately. And it wouldn't even require that much effort from us. We simply, as a species, refuse to prioritize that whatever. We just don't prioritize it for whatever reason. But we could do it and reduce that suffering. But you recognize it because you recognize that for animals in the wild, they don't have the issues that animals that have been domesticated have. Okay, because there is a natural system that balances those things out. Okay, predators, predation, living in the world, just naturally, just being out in the elements naturally decreases lifespan. Okay, these are like the homeostasis that exists in biology doesn't exist when you take organisms out of that, shield them from selection pressures, and then start tinkering with them yourself. Okay, and you eliminate all of the predators and the other pressures that would reduce, that would eliminate these problems that we are inherently creating through our own actions. So there's a benefit to it, but of course we have to be responsible of that. This again goes back to human responsibility.
Exactly, human responsibility.
Right.
An excellent point that you bring up every time.
Yeah,
that's an excellent point. Human responsibility.
That's why I personally viewed anti-natalism as a baby with the bathwater kind of scenario, because while I agree and support people's individual right to choose, as a global position on the species, it's kind of a baby with the bathwater, because a lot of the things that are being argued against can simply be avoided by our active engagement. Like, we could actively reduce the amount of this if we prioritize that, and it would be be that hard. So that's why ultimately, when it comes down to it, this is a subjective position. So
exactly, which is why I believe anti-natalism will simply fail without human taking responsibility. I believe that because it all rests in human responsibility. Otherwise, this anti-natalism is another theory.
So I get both sides of it. Ultimately, I myself personally weigh the benefits of existence, the positives of existence. I view that they outweigh the negatives of existence. But then again, I'm speaking biasly. I've had despite the things that I have happened to me in my life, I have had an amazing existence. If you were to list them out on like a pro and con column, my existence has been amazing. Okay. Yes, there's been pain involved. Of course there has. Growing pains, natural things that have occurred. I've been in car accidents. I've lost loved ones. I've held death in my arms. But what I've gained from these things, okay, even from the suffering itself, the things I've gained from it and as I've gone back out into the world are invaluable to me. Okay, because the perspectives that it gives me, I see enormous benefit in as to how I comport my behavior with that new knowledge. Okay, so I view the gaining of, but me personally, I view the gaining of knowledge to be vastly more valuable than the pain that I might experience, or the suffering I might experience as a result of gaining that knowledge, or in the pursuit of that knowledge. But that's just me.
Okay, so yeah, which is why anti-natalism cannot argue that life is not worth living. It can only argue that it is not worth starting. It cannot argue that it is not worth living, because individuals have invaluable experiences and reason to live, which motivates them to not suicide and continue their life, whatever reason they perceive.
Say again.
Which is why I believe anti-natalism cannot argue that life is totally worthless. It can only argue that life is not worth starting in the first place. We can argue that life is inherently worthless.
You just have to acknowledge that there is the possibility that an individual will feel that the positives of experience, and that interpreting certain things as being positives will outweigh the negatives. Okay, so do anti-natalists have the right to deprive a potential individual of the ability to make that distinction themselves? Because that's their right to make that distinction. So ultimately, if you look at it from the flip side, not having children does avoid suffering, but it's also about a consent thing. And a person being born, you can say that a person is born without their consent, but then again, they deserve the right to consent as to whether or not they want to continue to make the whether or not to continue by making the distinction that the negatives outweigh the positives. But if it is possible if it is logically possible for the positives to outweigh the negatives, that's a right that they deserve to make, or that's a right that they deserve, that they deserve to choose. There's a right they have to choose between those two to make that distinction. You're depriving them of that distinction by ensuring that they never exist to make that choice. So
here's where the asymmetry comes in, because asymmetry. Here's two situations: a person is born, the person is existing. Presence of pain equals bad. Presence of pleasure equals good.
Okay.
Scenario 2: the person is non-existent. They're not existing. Absence of suffering is equal to good. Absence of pleasure is equal to neutral, because they are not existing to be deprived of it.
Okay, but not all. Okay, but that's the interpretation of so that's a very, very blanket way, very black and white way of looking at it, but it's more nuanced than that, because not all suffering is viewed in such a negative light, because some suffering is necessary, and some people view that as a net positive. Okay, that ultimately what they're getting out of the end of the experience was positive, as opposed to the experience in the moment. In the moment may be suffering, but after the moment, after it's been internalized and you have learned from the knowledge you've gained, you've accumulated the knowledge you've gained, that can lead to a net positive, because that allows you to go out, and that may inspire an individual to try to eliminate the source of their own suffering as an empathetic member of the species, and then therefore they wind up, as a result of their knowledge, reducing the amount of suffering that other people can experience.
Oh yes.
Like I said, it's kind of baby with the bathwater.
Look at it. It is not. It is net positive, but what anti-natalists believe, because you think that just by that virtue of that person not existing, they can be deprived of certain distinctions that they can make in later in life.
Mm-hmm.
They can be deprived of, contributing to the species as an empathetic member of species. There's many things they can be deprived of by the fact of not existing, right? Anti-natalists believe that someone who does not exist is not there to experience any sort of deprivation.
Right. Yeah. So the questions never come up. Like Jefferson pointed out, if a person doesn't exist, then these questions never come up because they don't exist. Okay. But if you bring a person into the world, whether it be planned or by accident, because accidents do occur. Okay. Because even if people stop reproducing, like reproducing on purpose, they're still going to have sex. Okay. So accidents occur. So you're opting for, like, in order to ensure this, you'd have to sterilize the entire human population. Okay, like completely and utterly. All right. So, but like, if you're not doing that in the very kind of unethical genetic sense, if people have children, okay, even if it's just by accident, okay, well, once you have the child, you have to recognize. I hold that these things should be recognized. Okay, so, but ultimately, if you don't have a child, if you're considered, like, if you decide not to, then go ahead, Jeff.
The bigger problem, I think, with what he's bringing up, because this is Benatar's asymmetry argument, right? Benatar's arguing that the absence of pain is good even if somebody doesn't exist, whereas the absence of pleasure is only bad if you do exist. So talking about whether or not your life is great after you have it and the goods outweigh the bad, he's essentially, this argument is kind of bypassing that, saying no, that's not the point. But the strongest criticism that I can think of beyond that is that the non-existent person isn't in some neutral state where they're better off because they're avoiding pain. They just simply aren't. So the comparison I don't think holds. It's nonsensical. You have to weigh pleasure and pain, pleasure and suffering to be equal, in the sense that it would, if. And that brings up another issue that somebody can then present to somebody like, David Benatar and others that kind of make similar arguments, like, okay, well, what shouldn't you produce people because of the potential for pleasure that they may experience?
Or the potential of eliminating suffering. Because if all humans stopped existing, suffering would still exist in the world. Naturalistic suffering. It's going to occur. So nothing's going to stop it. But if humans do exist, we have the capacity to reduce that suffering to its bare minimum. We have that ability if we choose to do so. So, but if we take ourselves out of the equation, nothing will be around to stop that suffering.
Okay. In which case, I believe only two things can help solve this issue. One is a euthanasia right. Another one is an abortion right. Right to abortion.
Okay. I think the abortion argument, I think that might get into, I think that actually kind of goes in a tangent. The euthanasia thing probably does, because then you're talking about an individual's capacity to take their life in their own hands to the ultimate extent where they want to check out. But with abortion, especially for people who are anti-abortion, they're going to say that a choice is being made for the new person against their will. So you end up butting up against those consent issues that are raised in the anti-natalist argument anyway.
Ultimately, I think it holds for a personal position. I think everyone has that right. It holds for, like, an individual. An individual can view it a certain way, but because of the subjective nature of these things, the interpretation of them, it doesn't work as a global position. Because ultimately, you're going to be violating the autonomy and the rights of another individual, or the freedoms of another individual, to apply that on a global scale. It's kind of like this falls in the lines with, like, the eugenics argument as well. I believe. So I would say that it holds for a person. A person can subjectively come to that, and it can be justified for them based upon their own experiences as a subjective determination. But applying this in, like, a global capacity as, like, this is the objective truth, it fails. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Okay, so I agree with you that human responsibility has capacity to reduce great amount of suffering, which would happen if we were out of the equation. In which case, I believe the least thing that can make this justified is the right to euthanasia.
Yeah, I agree with that. A person should have that right once it's legal. Like, because we can't let like minors be choosing these things for themselves because they don't have the capacity to make these decisions. But if someone is legally able to do so, I would say personally, I think that the age, like when a person becomes an adult, should be raised to 25, not 18. 18 is just dumb. Well, I look back when I was 18 and I was still a fucking kid. I think Jeff probably doesn't agree with me on this, but I was, when I was 18 years old, I didn't know. I was dumb. I didn't know nothing. Okay, like I was 18. I was 18.
I mean, not that you did, not that you were dumb. I was dumb.
I was an 18-year-old child. Okay, 18-year-olds do not have the capacity, the brain capacity, or the development to make a lot of the decisions that they are entrusted with when they become 18. I think it should be raised to 25 because that's the mean age when the brain is finished developing and people can make these decisions. So personally, that's just my personal position that as a result of biology, smoking, taxes, voting, alcohol, drugs, self checkout, all of these things should be relegated to 25 years and older because that's when your brain, as on average, finished developing and you can actively make these choices yourself. 18, I think, is too young. That's just me. But I hold to that. That people have the right to do so. If they did, I would miss them. If there's somebody that I cared about, yes, I would miss them. I would miss their presence. Okay, I would miss the agent to be able to interact with and interface with. I would miss that a great deal, and what the value they bring to my life. But that's their choice. Okay, and I'm not going to infringe upon that. My subjective positions I have no right to impose my subjective positions upon another individual just because I disagree with them. That's just silly. It's insanity. So I'm for that. But ultimately, like I said, it's subjective. There's no like as an objective truth, like anti-natalism as an objective feature, like this is the fact that this is what is true. I don't think it works at all.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. All right. So
yes,
we got some other people with their hands up. So do you have
you changed my position?
Huh?
Before we go, you helped change some of my positions. Thank you for that. You were so resourceful.
Awesome.
The last thing I would like to bring up is some governments tax people for being childless. I don't think I have much to contribute to that matter, so you can just drop me off stage and talk about it just by yourself. And just mention it, bring it up. I'm not going to.
Did you say just taxing citizens who are childless? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, Pine Creek Doug, he's in favor of that.
Well, wait, just like taxing, like people who don't have kids paying taxes. That's an issue.
Yeah. So in other words, like if you're having kids, you get. I mean, we already kind of do. Well, at least in the U.S., we kind of have child tax credits to
right.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
They always seem to come and go, but they're there essentially to help with the cost of raising a child. But right. Yeah, I think Doug kind of embraced the idea that he's gotten by, rubbing up against guys like Andrew Wilson and other Theo bros, where if you are a quote unquote productive citizen, meaning you're cranking out new citizens, then you deserve a tax break. And anybody, and he's joked about this, but I know he's like at least 50% serious. If they're gay, they should get taxed because they can't have kids. They can't biologically be produced that way.
What?
Which raises a number. Oh yeah. I mean, again, he was being semi facetious about this, which is often a problem with him because It's like, okay, are you actually like staking a claim here, or are you just going to giggle and back away from this and claim that you're a comedian? Because you're not. You're just kind of a chicken shit. But his idea, it's consistent with some of his ideas where people should aspire to the white picket fence house, a husband, wife, and kids kind of thing. They should
family.
Right. And a lot of that kind of stuff, I mean, that is brought up by conservatives, like, oh, well, those kinds of families deserve to have tax benefits because they're reproducing. It's kind of a fascistic idea. Well, they're producing new girls that can produce more people, and they're producing boys that can go on to be, citizen soldiers. They can kill for country. It's like, I mean, it doesn't get expressed that bluntly, but that's kind of the thing. Like, oh, you're breeding, you're producing more, more cannon fodder. Great. But if you're not, well, then you're just some weird cosmopolitan. And
paging Mr. Orwell. Mr. Orwell, you have a telephone call. Paging Mr. Orwell.
So,
paging Mr. Huxley, you have a telephone call.
I'll drag. Yeah, I will drag your stage of reason into politics. I mean.
All right. Well, I do appreciate it ethically. Appreciate you popping up, and I'm glad we could have this good exchange of ideas. We were able to drill down.
You were resourceful.
Absolutely.
You were resourceful. You may drop me off stage now.
All right, bud. You have a great one. Thanks for coming up. I hope to see you again in the future. Remember, every third Sunday we do this stage, so I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. All right. Got a couple people with their hands up. I see Reverse Camus. I see you got your hand up, but I know you've been up on the stage before. I know Josiel is a good friend of mine. We've had some good experience, had some interesting experience. I'm going to bring Josiel up because he's never been on the stage before. Welcome to the stage of reason.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing? Can you hear me well?
Yes. You sound coming in loud and clear, Major Tom.
Awesome. Okay, so I was really contemplating trying to move away from having like discussions on anti-natalism and any like I just randomly decided I seen your page pop up on my For You page, and I was like, okay, let's see what he's doing. I seen the live, and then I seen you were talking. I was like, okay, I'll just sit in the stage, and then I hear this guy talking about anti-natalism, and I'm like, okay, I have to talk about this again. I was like, okay,
you're not alone.
I don't think
you're actually not alone because I am Earl. I killed Earl is in my live chats. Like, of course, the 1 month where she's not on the stage, she's like. An anti-natalist, person comes up and is like, and she's not there to answer questions about it or talk about it. So, because she herself is an anti-natalist. So, of course. And this is the first time I've ever gotten on the stage. So,
yeah. So I have, like I said, I've kind of moved away from it, but I can still argue for it. I don't live my life as an anti-natalist. I myself have kids. I also eat meat, but I still view it as immoral, and I have no moral justification for it. So I can argue for what I think is the most reasonable version of anti-natalism. While I was listening to this guy speak, sorry, I'm a little tired, so if I make a fool of myself, I'm going to blame it on that. Anyway, so I was listening to him, and I was like, okay, well, I think I should probably write something out that I can read to you, and let me see JL, if you agree or disagree, or if you want to poke some holes in it. So it may not be so tight as I thought it was, but we'll see. So I wrote out, in a moral worldview that holds the value unnecessary suffering is something that ought to be stopped and prevented. Not reproducing would be the highest moral action one can take within that worldview, unless reproducing is the thing that ultimately leads to the absence or cessation of said suffering. Something like that.
That sounds very similar to what I was saying. Is like by producing, we could by continuing to produce, we could produce more agents that could work towards solving the problem of like solving a lot of these issues, to where we could eliminate virtually all suffering, except for those that are just inherent to literally just by existing on like existence in and of itself, like growing pains, like your teeth coming in, like falling down because of gravity, stuff like that. So,
yep. But as somebody, I'm not trying to interrupt you. I was just but as somebody that goes, okay, I don't value like inside of a worldview where they go, okay, well, I see suffering as a problem in my worldview, something that is worth solving. And then going, okay, is there a way that we can get no suffering? Basically, no, like the thing that you're talking about is necessary suffering inside of sentience, like necessary suffering in order to just exist.
Right.
Well, if you take the existing part out of it, then there's no necessary suffering there. Then it all becomes unnecessary.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if you eliminate that, then because I mean, just existing is going to cause suffering just by virtue of being a biological organism. Okay. So, but while we could potentially eliminate like all unnecessary suffering, like I mean, this is kind of sci-fi going in that direction, but technologically speaking, we could potentially do it. But I get that, but then you're making the decision that the immediacy of the suffering is okay. So like the suffering itself is immediate. That's from the stimulus itself is interpreted as suffering, but that's not the totality of the experience. So it's very reductive. It's reducing the value of the whole of the experience and saying the whole of the experience it has less value than the immediacy, than that moment of suffering. That something positive could be gained from, it has the potential to be gained from. So
let me ask you real quick. So so what is like you believe we are sentient creatures, right?
Yes, by the definition of it.
Okay.
Yes. Sentient, sentient and sapient. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So like with suffering, would you just define that? Like, can we like just to make the terms easier? Is there any way we can call suffering just negative experience and then pleasure just positive experience? So this way, we're not even talking about thresholds anymore. We're talking about feelings that are felt as pleasurable experiences and feelings that are felt as negative experiences or suffering. Yeah. Just whatever threshold doesn't really matter.
I can agree with that. It's just like pointing at what so I can agree with those definitions to what suffering is. You could boil it down to positive experience and negative experience. Okay. Yeah. Now I think then the question is then pushed to then what constitutes suffering? What constitutes a negative experience?
Well, right. Like we would just, I mean, like when trying to be pragmatic about the actions that we're taking, you know, of course it's like what is the problem of hard solipsism? It's like we can't know other mind. Yeah. There's no way we can go inside someone else's mind and then have like a measuring tape to go like, okay, well here's like, I mean, we could analyze the network, like the nerves and everything, and see what signals get popped up. But I don't think that's really how, in our daily lives at least, how we make moral determinations by day-to-day basis. We relate them back to our own experience. And everyone here, because we're all sentient and everyone's all like just, you know, like talking and like we all have the ability to experience pleasurable and like actions that cause us suffering, so positive and negative experiences. That's kind of like the necessary component because we need the subjective, like we have to have reference points. I know you mentioned something about taking away all suffering. I think that's what you said, like some sci-fi idea about taking away all suffering, but even in that, if you take away everything that would be a negative experience or anything that would be experienced as a negative, well, now you have no reference point for the thing that you're describing as a positive. Like the thing that you're reaching for would be the positive experience. The problem there is now the only it doesn't really, if you think about it, it doesn't even make logical sense that could even happen. Right. There has to be some sort of slight, like our emotions and our feelings always work on a sliding scale. It's always going up, down, up, down. It's never like just flat action. Like even when you're bored, like boredom is defined as a negative experience. Nobody just goes, "Oh crap, I want to be bored right now." What they say is generally they would go, "Oh, I'd much rather be bored right now than, you know, being set on fire." But boredom is it just, if you look at, I forgot what the definition of it, but like someone saying boredom is neutral. It's not even defined as neutral. It is an unpleasurable experience. But yeah, let me see where I was going with that because I kind of went off on a tangent. My bad.
No, it's okay. I view it as I myself view it that there is some aspect, but this is, like I said, it's ultimately subjective because like the internalization of what is like suffering in that respect, because I don't see suffering, like I personally just don't internalize suffering as a net negative. I see all experience as a net positive. Okay, if you look at it in the scope of existence in and of itself, so like just the experience of existence, just existing experience is a part of that, and so you're going to have negative experiences and positive experiences. Okay, I view them as kind of like two sides of the same coin. You can't have one without the other, and it's all about how you internalize both of them. There are some individuals that no matter how many positive experiences they potentially have in the eyes of someone else, they're always going to view it through a negative lens. And there's some individuals who, no matter how many negative experiences you give them, they're going to view those negative experiences through a positive lens. Okay, which is why I think this is such a problem, which is why I think it's such a problematic discussion, because it's how you're internalizing the things that we're talking about. Because there's no like objective standard for what is, because there's some people out there would say like natural disasters doesn't count as suffering because it's a natural function. It's an amoral thing that we just interpret as being suffering because we ourselves have individually lost. But as a global experience or as a universal concept, there is no real suffering there because there's no intention. It's merely a facet of it, and it can be avoided if you don't live in that area, or like, you avoid that particular, it's easily avoidable. So like what constitutes it? It's such a fuzzy...
You said there's no suffering because there's no intention.
Well, I mean, there's no like the world itself is not like harming you. It's not like going out of the world saying, "Oh, I'm going to harm this person." I'm going to inflict on them. No, I could literally like not live near a volcano. I could live in an area that's tectonically stable. I could live in an area that's not on a coast. I could not live in Tornado Alley, like I live right now. I live in Tornado Alley, so. There's the risk, yes, that a tornado could come and wipe myself out, but the capitalistically the prices are good because nobody wants to live here. So
I'm not. This is not like a dig or anything, of course. Like I hope you know, but I didn't know where that what that was connecting to and where that was going. Because I was just like, trying to.
Yeah, just the argument is like what constitutes suffering. If you say it's just a negative experience, okay, great. Negative by whose standard? Is the problem? That's where the question arises. Negative by the individual standard? Sure, I agree with you. If we're just going by the individual themselves, interpreted as being a negative, then they have the right to do so. And if the sum total of these things begin to outweigh their perception of existence or the benefits or the positives of existence, they have the right to check out. Right. I agree with that. But from a global perspective, as like an objective truth that this is the case, I don't think it works, because ultimately...
But that is what the case.
Yeah, no, it is an objective stance. It is a stance independent, mind independent truth. Anti-natalism is the correct position.
Yeah, I would never take that position. I would be stupid to say that.
Yeah, that's ultimately why it comes down to. Like I said at the very beginning of it, it's a subjectively determined position, which I don't have a problem with. I don't agree with it because my disagreement is not like an objective thing. It's totally subjective. I hold that suffering is necessary for, just like you said, necessary for the positive to understand, to conceptualize the positive. But I also hold that suffering is a net positive itself, because what we gain from the suffering, we would never have gained if we didn't go through it in the first place.
Right, but you realize that there are some people who, like, I don't know, like walk outside, get hit by a car and die instantly, and then there was no, there's no learning from that suffering. Right.
Yeah. And so things do occur. A brick can fall out of the sky on anybody. Right.
Right. And so if you were somebody that had the moral worldview that unnecessary suffering is something that ought to be stopped and prevented, if I recognize that there are possibilities where, and this is not my end all be all argument, but like just engaging with what you just said, if I recognized that there was a possibility that someone can get mauled by a bear, shot, by some random crazy person, possibly, sexually assaulted, just any of these possibilities. And I go, damn, I don't want anybody to possibly experience that. And I would much rather do the things that are necessary in order to meet the goals that I have. Well, in my moral framework, if I'm like, I don't want anybody to experience anything that would be unnecessary for them to experience, like a negatively unnecessary for them to experience, mm-hmm. You could go, oh, well, I'm just not going to add to the thing that I'm recognizing as a problem, which is the unnecessary suffering. So you just take out the value for the propagation of the more society, more population, then now you don't have suffering that's like that suffering is necessary for nothing.
Yeah.
In that worldview.
I see.
So it's like I like right, and so it's kind of like a vegan, like a somebody who's a vegan arguing in the same way. They just go into other people's worldview and show why their worldview is inconsistent because it just doesn't map to like if you're really caring about the outcomes of your actions and how they affect other people, well, then it logically follows you would just if you're talking about being maximally empathetic, maximally spreading this to all sentient beings, that would be the highest moral action you could take in that worldview.
Yeah, I think it ultimately comes down to whether or not an individual feels it is more moral to make the decision for someone who doesn't exist than allow that individual to exist and make the decision for themselves.
Someone asked, is all suffering preventable? Yes. All suffering is preventable. If think about this, JL, I'm sure you agree with me. There will be a time in the future where no sentient beings exist.
Oh yeah. Eventually, the sun will scour all life from the planet. That's unavoidable.
Not even just where we're at. There's going to be another spot, like whatever spot in the universe, if there is any life. In let's say, extend that to like sentient life. Those won't be here either. Like it would just everything will be gone. No stars, no elements. It's all just what is it? Entropy.
Yeah, septillions of septillions of septillions of years from now, as the mathematical model posits, that there will eventually be no matter, no radiation. There will only be, space upon which the forces of gravity and quantum effects. Sure.
Right. So that is going to happen. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like we can't stop that. So it's like the people who are anti-natalist, which I hate the term anti-natalist because people like that other guy, no ragging on him. I'm just saying he comes in, argues for it. And I can tell it's like it's like the people on Reddit. They all like, argue the same way, say the same stuff. And I'm like, wait, please think about what you're saying real quick. You're making us sound stupid. Anyway, I just think eventually that goal will be met. Like the end goal that they're wanting. No suffering. It's gonna happen either way.
Yeah.
So if it is going to happen, you could make an argument to go, well, if it's going to happen anyway, so why even try? Like you already know. It's like if my car was on fire or something. If my car was on fire, I'm not just going to then go, oh fuck, this car is eventually going to be a piece of shit in the future anyway. There's nothing I can do, so it's just like fuck it. It's like, no, if I can get my water hose, put it out, try to help the issue in some way I can even before it happens, then the best moral outcome in that scenario would be to just not add to the thing that you're recognizing as a problem. That being said, I have children, so fuck anti-natalism. I mean, it's cool and all. It's still part of my fundamental worldview. Like this is my beliefs, but I fucking hate it. I just hate that this is just kind of, it just logically follows. It pisses me off. I'm just like, okay, this is reality. Fuck it. Who cares? Let's move on.
I just argue that the potential opportunity to reduce the suffering does have merit. And so if there are no people, if there are no more people, then we have actively chosen to decrease the potential that the suffering could be reduced in the future. And so we can do it either way. Like we can choose not to address it, or we can choose to address it. So what's more moral? Simply cutting ourselves out of the equation and allowing the suffering that currently exists to continue on for everything else, or continue to make people and increase the probability that we could eliminate that suffering for other organisms as well as ourselves going into the future. And that
this is why
the positive experiences will naturally outweigh the necessary suffering that's going to occur just by the sake of existing. We could reduce it down to that. Okay.
Yeah. This is why I don't,
So
no. Yeah. No, I agree. This is why I don't agree with a lot of the anti-natalist proponents. Like I've seen Andrew Wilson debunking on Old Fan, which she is like one of the major like newer age proponents of anti-natalism, and I don't even think any of these people do it justice to even present it as an argument. They use a lot of emotional appeals. They talk, it's really cringe shit. I'm not even gonna lie, it just really is, and it's like, if you walk someone into it, like where you actually understand the fundamental, like what the thing is, because I would agree with you, JL, that I could see feasibly that right now it would be a moral, like if I could somehow plan out a future society where it's like, okay, I'm going to start repopulating the society so that it eventually leads to the outcome, like quicker outcome than I want. Which is like the reduction or the absence of all suffering or whatever. In that scenario, I could feasibly concoct a scenario where me having children would lead to that goal, which would be a necessary component, and it would be seen as like a moral to that goal. I'm not like these other anti-natalists that say, no, in all scenarios, if you reproduce, you are fucked up, you're immoral. Like, it's like there could be instances in which it leads to better goods.
Yeah.
However,
they take the Agent Smith position.
Yeah. However, we all make, you, me, Jefferson here, like we all make moral determinations by judging our future actions and how it is, judging our action and trying to figure out the future consequences that's going to come as a byproduct of it. Because you could totally do something that you currently are viewing as a moral good, and it could totally end up causing like an extreme amount of suffering for all of society, just without you even knowing it.
Yeah.
Like that could happen. But it's like, when we talk in a bubble, all of this is easy and peachy to talk about. But then when you start bringing it into like a pragmatic sense of trying.
Yep.
From my own sense of things, I'd probably err more on that side than the anti-natalist position. But like, I mean, Benatar's actual position is that it's immoral to reproduce.
Yeah, that's why I don't agree with David Benatar. I think his asymmetry argument is done like a lot of bad for anti-natalism as a whole. Like, I think it's just led to a lot of people just using, because even his first the first scenario, 1, presence of pain, bad. 2, presence of pleasure, good. Like, you recognize, like all of us, I think, recognize that bad and good are contextual words. Like, when we were talking about bad, we're talking about a detriment towards a particular thing. When we're talking about good, we're talking about a benefit towards a particular thing. So it's completely, he's just nebulizing all of this, and then somebody could come in like Matt Dillahunty did years ago and pointed out, well, no, actually, the presence of pain is good. It could be good because then it's like we're leading to better outcomes for society. And like when you go to the gym and you hit the gym and it's really painful, you're leading to a better, healthier life. So that pain is good, that pain is good. I'm like, dude, fuck, man. It's like, come on, can we just be? Can we please just make good arguments in this? I mean, I'm not saying I'm like the
I kind of see what he's saying there, because I recently dropped about 120 pounds, and I could say that the things that I enjoy doing, the things that bring me pleasure in life, the amount of pleasure I derive from them has dramatically increased because I went to the gym and put myself through the loss of that weight. So it's kind of like, so it did have a net positive, although I could tell you, as much as I do enjoy doing some of these things, but going to the gym sucks. Okay. Working out all the time and being regular about it, it sucks. There's some days you wake up and you don't want to, like, it's like, I don't want to go. And I feel that I feel those are the days that you have to go, or the days that you absolutely don't want to. It's like, those are the days you gotta push and you gotta go. But that's just me. And so, but then again, doing so dramatically increase, I would say by at least an order of magnitude, what I get out of the positive experiences, because I can extend them longer. I can enjoy them with more involvement. I'm not like just sitting in my chair saying, this is wonderful. You know, I can now go out and be a part of that and increase that positive experience as a result of the suffering that I induced, you know, in order to maximize that potential.
And you realize when you contextualize these words, like you and I were just doing it just now when you were talking about, like pain bad, you know, but it led to a good. If you denebulize it and just contextualize it, it's like that pain of you going to the gym was bad, meaning it was a detriment for your desire to not feel the pain, because pain is definitionally a negative experience.
Right.
But it was good for your overall health. Like your future, a benefit towards your overall health, how you feel, you know. So it was like it's this sliding scale of values that you're going to have, where it's like, okay, well, I can perceive this pain as being worth it to reach a higher pool of positive pleasure, something like that.
Yeah, I think ultimately it comes down to the individual, you know, and how the individual is interpreting it, which I have no problem with, you know. And like, I think we agree, that we should preserve the right for an individual to check out if they so desire, if they're, you know, as an adult, they can so desire to make that choice. And if they don't want to, then
in these debates right here, I value you as a friend, and you guys are have been pretty cool. So it's like, I don't have any like desire to like drill you or anything like that. But typically whenever I'm in a debate, and I know this isn't a debate, but I'm just saying the way I normally go about this is like, I will present the argument and then let somebody rebuttal it, and then it's just basically an internal critique of their worldview to show how even the things that they own, that they believe, point back to the same argument that I'm giving you. Right. It's just like, it just logically follows from the values, basically.
Okay. All right. Cool. I think we're on the same page.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you guys. Sorry, I'm really tired.
Oh, it's okay. Appreciate it, Joe Zeal. And of course, you get to meet and talk with Jefferson Spatchcock. Be sure to check out his channel as well. He does some really, really great stuff. And of course, I will definitely see you around. I'll definitely see you around the breakfast tacos scheme. So long as B and G aren't up, because I just can't justify it anymore. I just can't, you know.
Yeah, I'm probably going to still engage with them. I just uploaded a debate that me and Ben had on morality on my channel, and you know, he likes to weasel a little bit, I think.
When I make an argument for like gods, and I say like, you know, I'm presenting like a syllogism, whatever, and he takes issue with me articulating the God or a God or your God, that's where his that's where he draws the line. I know he has no argument. He's doing it on purpose to destabilize it so he doesn't have to have the conversation, which tells me
he's basically, I was listening to that whenever he was talking to you about that, and I think he was basically just getting at God is like that's like, where he's like, there is no just God, it is God, it's not the God. God is the ground of what was it? He was the ground of existence or ground of being, and God is being. Like, it's just these semantic word games that.
And it tells me that he's bad faith. He has no interest in the conversation, and he's doing everything he can to avoid having to deal with the problematic logical entailments of his worldview. He knows that they exist. He's aware of it, and that's his way of just playing games. And in order to frustrate his opponent so he can get maybe a clip that he can share. And that's what's obnoxious. It's the same bullshit that Andrew Wilson plays, which is likely probably why I won't ever debate him, because there's nothing to be gained from it. If it like, why would I sit down to a nuance, to a nuanced discussion if I know that my opponent, the only thing they're going to do is do everything they can to avoid having discussion and just try to piss me off. Like, what's the point? What am I gaining out of it versus what is the audience gaining? Am I wasting everybody's time? And I view it as a waste of time. So,
whenever I was debating him, what he basically did at the end was recommend me. He was like, he wouldn't engage with what I was saying. He was just like, I think you should go take a community college class on philosophy and go read up on, X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, bro, please stop trying to ask me to name 5 books. Just give me like your counter argument. Tell me. I asked him multiple times what he thinks I said that doesn't follow. He wouldn't engage.
Right.
And he basically tried to little bro me, or actually since he's so much older than me, probably little son me. Just pat me on my shoulder and just be like, okay, guy, I see what you're saying. Like you see, just that slimy fucking rhetorical tactic.
Where did he come from? Because I will admit, shamefully, but during part of the previous guest's conversation, when he was going back and forth with,
where did he come from?
I started looking because I was like, who? Because I saw him, just for a few minutes yesterday, or maybe Thursday. And now that I've heard about some of this stuff, I looked him up. I did a search on YouTube, and holy shit,
it's insane! It's insane.
He's a complete diaper bag of a human being. And why is he on these
apparently he's like 6'8". He's like 6'8". He's like apparently he's like a gigantic man. That is, I hate just trying to be some sort of psychologist, but it's just like, I don't know. I think the dude just got some screws loose. I'm like, and I don't mean that pejoratively. I'm just like, the guy is weird. Like, he's a very weird, odd guy that has I think he is pretty intelligent, but I think he's like manipulatively intelligent. Like he's like really intelligent to the point of being manipulative to most people he talks to.
I don't think he's that intelligent. I asked him if we were having the discussion. He was wanting to digress on like philosophy and shit. I asked him what a propositional attitude was, and he had no idea. So,
well, I don't mean I don't mean necessarily just educational intelligence. I just mean overall. I would say somebody who is highly manipulative, who is able to carry themselves in particular conversations without without much trouble, and just continues those sorts of people. They would have high intelligence in that area. I would think. It's just my experience with him. Yeah, he I don't think he takes me seriously, which is fine. I was being very nice to him, and I think because I wasn't giving him any sort of hostile energy, he had nothing to bite onto. So he was just being extremely nice to me. But I think the next time, if I ever get a chance to debate him, I'm going to press him pretty hard, because I let him get away with a lot of shit in our debate, and I won't do that next time.
That means we definitely need to see Jefferson debate him at some point.
I don't want to talk to that diaper bag. the dude, like Andrew Wilson, he looks like ashtray smell. No.
They're locals. They're literally locals.
He's like, don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, if I don't even know what this guy's positions are. Apparently he beefed with Andrew Wilson over something because they had a debate on morality or something like that. So I don't know what his views are, and I don't know if I want to get to know him. I did see a video of him kicking his daughter, which is okay.
He did a lot of other shit, a lot of other weird shit. But I just figured out Ben and Grace exist a week ago, and I just yeah.
And that rabbit hole is deep.
It is very deep. Very deep.
I was surprised at the amount of I'm like, I just saw these two weirdos just a day ago, and then I didn't even bother to do a search until 30 minutes ago. And I'm like, holy shit, these guys are it's like G-Man level attention. There is a lot of stuff out there on them. Oh yeah.
People are, and I think it's just gonna get worse because of course, I mean, this is what they're trying to do. I mean, I've had cordial interactions with Ben. He's not been supremely rude to me or done any negatives toward me, but I can recognize that he is probably not a good person.
Right.
So if I can get some content out of it, I probably will.
Well, I do appreciate it, Josiel. I got somebody new with their hand up, so we're gonna punt in there. So,
thanks, guys.
You're always welcome up the stage of reason, and of course, like I said, I do this every month, so we'll definitely have a slot open for you, so you can join me in the future for a show. Sound good?
Yes, sir. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, boss. You have yourself a good one.
Thanks.
You too.
See you.
And that was Josiel. He's a good dude. Yeah, we have a lot of fun over there on Taco's channel. This is it. And, Yeah, I would. Now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely want to see you debate this clown and his goofball daughter, because
he was looking for any opportunity to insult Leo when Leo was that was the only, and I was just like, man, he's just looking for any excuse to blow up on Leo, which is like.
All right, we got a new person up. I see, because we always like to prioritize new people who have not been up on the stage before. Let me see who we got. Submission is today opposition only. No, you can definitely come up. Just Prox, just go ahead and put your hand up, and I will get to you. And so definitely put your hand up, and as soon as, because you've never been on the stage before, so I'm glad to have you up, and we will get there. So as long as you haven't been up on the stage before, then we like to prioritize those individuals. So Bob Celeste. Currently, I got you there. Hang on a sec. And make sure that I can hear you. I think you got yourself muted. Maybe a glitch was in the VC before this. Yeah, currently I've got you muted, so let's see if we can redo that. And we bring up, see if Bob. There we go.
Test. All right, cool. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yes, we can hear you fine. Yeah. Let me actually make sure you turn it up a little bit, because you sound a little bit quiet. All right.
Oh, okay. I can turn it up on my end too.
You're solid. Right. You sound great right there. So, welcome to the Stage of Reason. What you got for us today?
I mean, there's a lot going on. I think there was some good contemplation about the anti-natalist thing earlier that I was listening to. Pretty decent combo. I don't really take sort of the anti-natalist all that serious. I don't think that the view really provides any problems for any like sort of established contemporary like ethical issues or anything like that. But I do think one aspect of anti-natalism that I think is like pretty interesting is the notion of consent to being born. It seems like when we say that we consent to some action, we have like an agent. There's a way this agent is going to be treated, and that agent can either like assent to or like reject like that behavior being done to them. Presumably before one's conception, they can't really consent to anything. But there's no they to speak about as well. So what do you think about that even being kind of tangible to the anti-natalist sort of outlook, given that like it's not even coherent to say that someone that does not exist yet can't consent to existing? I mean, if we take Kant seriously, right, existence is not a predicate. When you say, can you describe an apple to me? And you say, well, it exists. It doesn't really tell you anything about the apple. It doesn't help narrow it conceptually. So I just think there's some sort of error when we say things like a non-existent person can't consent. We don't know who we're talking about. There's nobody with even a natural rights sort of, set of kind of attributes to even be referring to in the first place. So you tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think it's a nonsensical position, and I think Benatar's asymmetry argument just kind of makes it worse. That whole, if you can avoid, the avoidance of anything bad is good, even for non-existent, hypothetical people. The absence of any pleasure for a living person is bad, but that doesn't apply to the non-existent person. It's like, okay, why not? That just seems like cherry picking to me. And I think what you're bringing up, the notion of consent, I think gets to the heart of that. We're talking about the consent of a hypothetical, a non-existent person. A point was made in the live chat too about notions of like, well, are we talking about, you didn't choose to be born or you didn't choose to be conceived? And if you flip that around, human beings that are participating in reproduction don't will a kid into existence. It's a byproduct of the biological reproductive things that we can control. Actually, like hooking up and doing that. Even if you take it further and you're talking about in vitro fertilization, there's no guarantees there, and that would be the closest that you could get to people willing another human being into existence. so that notion of consent, the consent of the non-existent person, I think, one, I agree, is nonsensical, but I think it's also kind of a strange position to take from the anti-natalist that, like, oh, well, you are making a human being, you're willing this other human being into existence, and now you have you shouldn't do that. It's sort of like the idea. I mean, there are people that make this kind of argument about a God that would allow us to exist in a world filled with suffering and evil, right? And kind of putting that on individuals. And there's a level of just biology and just the nature of our biology when it comes to reproduction. We're not in control of it all. So I think there's, I haven't really thought about that, that long, but to me, I think there's something else there with that. But the fact that Benatar actually does take a strong position and tells people, no, the ethical position that you should take based on his arguments is that you should not be reproducing. You should produce more kids. I think that's kind of an extreme position to take, given that, a lot of the justifications for that don't seem to make sense. And if they're just grounded on things, the point that you're sticking on, the consent of a non-existent person, it just seems like a non-starter to me.
Sure. And I think also it's worth noting that, like, canonically, at least, most like realist moral doctrines do have some axiom of like the right to life, or like life is like a good thing inherently, like persistence, being alive, being able to experience blah blah blah, like all of that stuff on its face is good. So when we coin anti-natalist to be an ethical effort, I think it stands in like staunch opposition to one of just like the cornerstones of virtually all realist ethical theories, which is to do living better. Funny enough, right? So presumably, like, if the anti-natalist position holds, then like ethics itself would probably be impossible. I mean, because then for what life is our standards of right and wrong even proposed towards, right? So, and in this way, I think like anti-natalism is in fact like a kind of anti-ethics position. It proposes a world where ethics cannot be done. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that, or if you just agree.
No, I think that's an interesting point, because it's basically like because it's starting off from his position. If it's starting off so compromised in the fact that no human being that's here consented to be alive. Yeah, you can't really make any other ethical concerns you might have, or you can kind of dismiss. Because I mean, it started off fundamentally flawed. Yeah.
I'm pretty much in agreement on this one. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's fine. I think one sort of like conceptually adjacent issue would be like abortion. I don't know where you guys stand on that.
I'm pro-choice. I don't hold that that an individual's subjective position should be imposed upon another individual in violation of their autonomy. So even though they might disagree with it, even if it's a spouse might disagree with it, the individual who is the one who is their body is the one that's involved is the one that has the right to make that decision within the bounds of the law, whatever the society has agreed upon. And the society can change, but ultimately it's their choice. And it should be protected. It should be the protection of that physical autonomy should be paramount.
Jeff, I don't know if you feel the same there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pro-choice to the extent that it is predominantly. I mean, it connects to everybody, but for me, I think the pro-choice position is the only one that kind of consistently makes sense, because if you try to take a position where you're going to grant, say, all of the rights of citizenship to a zygote, you end up running into, you have to bypass the rights of the woman whose body is, developing this child. So ultimately, it's the woman's right to decide if that's something that she wants to do.
It also gets really, really sticky, given that 60% of pregnancies, of human pregnancies, fail as a result of naturalistic, they just fail naturally, and for a variety of reasons. So, like, a woman, how do you determine that? Like, if a woman's body naturally rejects a pregnancy, no matter where it's at, if it naturally rejects it as of no fault of her own or no conscious decision, how can you determine if it wasn't, if it was a physical action that she took that was considered normal if she wasn't pregnant? Then she took it, and think how do you like draw the line down that? Like, do you just like literally, if a woman gets pregnant, you confine them to a bed so that they never can ever do an action that threatens the potential pregnancy? It's like,
I think if you're Andrew Wilson or Made by Jim Bob, what you do is you start a campaign of shaming these weakling zygotes for refusing to survive. You just shame them and shame them. Live, damn it! You just self-terminating little sinners.
Right. It's kind of like, it's like, at what point do we draw the line? Like, how much do we have to limit the physical autonomy or even the freedom of an individual just to prevent the near 60% failure rate in just the natural failure rate in human pregnancy? You know, it's not like whose choice is that? And not to mention evolution is working against it, because as our evolution continues, naturally our heads are getting bigger. Okay. So what happens if by virtue of evolution, that number, that failure percentage goes up for no fault of our own? And you wind up having to like do invasive surgery procedures in order to get, and even that increases the likelihood that someone may bleed out, may die, may have a complication because you're having to do more stuff. You cut a woman open and open her up like that, you risk innumerable issues. Okay. So what do we do in those cases? Is she guilty?
Sure.
If she survives and the child dies, who is guilty in that respect? Because we can't control our evolution to that degree. So it gets so ridiculous. And you try to take it.
There's a lot. Yeah.
Like is it pro-life or is it just pro-birth? Which one is it?
Right. I think an important thing, that I've kind of realized with like pro-life and sort of the caricature of like that base is like we are trying very hard to, like you were kind of getting at earlier, to like extrapolate just like a potential life or like a potential, I don't know, grown person or something like that. And we're trying to treat the fetus maximally the same way, and maximally in the way that we treat, like, I don't know, like how I would treat you or Jeff or whatever, right? Like, we want to be able to talk about the fetus the same way. And it makes me turn on the question of value. So usually when I end up talking with these pro-life people, one angle that I like to take is to essentially evaluate value, right? And what do you really value about people? So for me, it's so interesting because, if I talk about like a family member, I value their personality. I value the things that they do for me. I value that I can trust them, things of this nature, and all these sort of attributes. But then some pro-life advocates say that what they value about fetuses is like it has a mind. So it's so interesting that like when I talk about any agent that I value, it's never exclusively just in the terms of the fact that they have personhood. It's what kind of person they are, the sort of qualitative assessment that I can make of them, like a robust account that I can give about it. But when it comes to fetuses, we're just like, well, there's mind stuff there. And I find that extremely strange. And it almost seems like a case of special pleading. Like for all other people, we're judged by the weight of our actions and our character, how we affect other people and how we treat people. Via law's eyes, if you go and you kill somebody, your value as a sentient agent goes down tremendously to the point we think you should be separated from the rest of the population and treated like garbage in a prison. Right. But for a fetus, the profile is essentially blank. They're literally just mind. But we're willing to elevate them above the level of moral consideration than parents? That seems a little bit odd to me on its face. I don't know if you guys share that
especially
sentiment.
when if they're saying that there's mind there, but to what extent? Like, how can you determine what the subjective internal experience of a fetus is compared to the subjective internal experience of like a developed adult? It's like the neural capacity isn't even there. So like how could we even determine that thing? It's like trying to determine the qualia of a bundle of neurons. It's like, really, is that where we're going to take this? So I think it gets really, really murky. And I think it's important to that's why I think the distinction between pro-birth and pro-life, it needs to be made more often. And I see some people bringing it up, but it needs to be a major position. Is like, are you just for the act of forcing of like securing birth, or are you actually for the support and continuation and well-being of life in and of itself, because the systems we have in place do not point towards pro-life. Okay, because once the individual is born, the general consensus or the systems we have in place are kind of like, congratulations, you're born, you're on your fucking own. Just, to be indelicate about it. It's all about pro-life, which is about control, not about life.
Yeah, I think that's a problem on both sides, because if you end up getting into the debate, there seems to be a tendency, I think, to overlook the idea that for some conservatives, they kind of want to Pollyanna the idea, like, well, okay, you have a kid, it's not planned, right? Under normal circumstances, or given a healthy pregnancy, this kid's going to be born, and the mom doesn't want it. The considerations that she has are going to be based on a lot of things that are economic, right? Just it's a question of resources, whether it's time, money, whatever. If you want a society that where you're reducing the fact that women are doing this, are making that decision, you would want to reduce some of those circumstances that put them in a position to make an economic decision about bringing new life into the world. To me, the odd thing about this is that the Christian right has united in a lot of ways with kind of conservative, kind of the conservative right, which was traditionally about treating human beings like rational economic beings. Okay, that's fine. If you want to treat individual citizens as rational economic beings, a woman choosing to not have a child because of resource concerns is her behaving in a completely rational economic sense. But they don't want to admit that. And the odd thing to me is that it's interesting to see how that is ignored between the evangelical Christians who are very anti-abortion, uniting with sort of the pro-business finance, types in conservative politics. And for whatever reason, that doesn't create a schism for them. It's just unspoken. And it's like, I think you guys really need to get around that. And on the other side of things, I don't think that people who are usually pro-choice usually provide a libertarian argument for it, like the Roe v. Wade one. The government doesn't have any business in this. It's a woman's choice to make with her medical provider, et cetera, and it's an issue of privacy. It's a good argument, and it's reflected by other things that we value, like privacy and your right to determine whether or not you want to become a parent or not. But to a certain extent, that's usually where it's left. I don't mind that, but maybe also the side that is pro-choice should speak to the fact that, hey, you know what? The women that are making this decision, a lot of evangelical Christians are going to call these women confused at best or whores at worst.
Yeah.
And you want to ignore the circumstances of the economy and its pressure on them for making that decision. And there's that, to me, is where the cognitive biases are so prevalent at that point that I think that's why the debate over abortion is really not a debate. It's just a lot of delusion and cognitive bias and static, and both sides suffer from it. One side, I think, more so than the other. The schism. I think there really should be more of a discussion in right-wing circles between the sort of libertarian finance oriented money conservatives and their evangelical allies. Like, you guys can't have it both ways. You can't. You're literally shaming people into making the kinds of decisions you want them to make. You want them to be rational economic beings, and they're doing it. You just don't like the result. It's like when guys like Andrew Wilson or the whatever podcast have OnlyFans girls on there, and they shame them for the choices that they're making. And it's like, you're shaming them for making a rational economic decision. They're attractive. They film themselves doing sexually provocative things, and then make money off of that. And these guys seem to resent that. It's like, what? Okay.
Yeah,
they looked at the economy. They made that choice, and I'm like, no, not that. Capitalism is great, unless you do that. Being an economic thinker, thinking rationally, is great until you terminate a pregnancy. We don't want that. It's like, then you need to pony up. You need to change the circumstances of the the environment.
I think the economic thing definitely hits it right on the money. I do think if you care about something like economic prosperity, then giving individual women more consuming power by having to allocate less resources to raising a child that they can't, I think would just be better in the net. So I definitely agree with that. I also think the sort of OnlyFans using looks as an asset, sort of quote unquote degeneracy culture thing that they shit on, is kind of that which I think males have been the benefactor in the West for quite some time. I mean, if you're an attractive male, you're more likely to get paid more, right? You get better social treatment, etc. Right. So they're benefactors of the exact same mechanism. It's just they're male. So I guess they don't see an imbalance there.
That explains the slow growth of my channel.
Right. Yeah. Just attractive males. But look, in the abortion thing, though, there are some reductios that are often brought up. One that I had faced pretty early on when I first started espousing sort of pro-choice stuff was the idea that like there's some meaningful difference between a fetus that's still in the uterus and it's like, okay, you can terminate this pregnancy versus like say like a second after it's like, given birth to. I want to be able to say that, I'd probably have some issues with like immediately like stabbing the fetus as soon as it pops out. I think most people would, if not all people, would be like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to do that. So the pro-life person would say, well, what's the meaningful difference between the fetus right before it comes out versus like right when it comes out? So, I mean, I feel like there are a lot of different angles of attack, but personally, I'd like to say something along the lines of like, once a fetus enters into the world of others and becomes known to others, given a name and like a definite sort of relation to others, that there's like a sort of transgression in the way that it's valued. I think maybe it could be the case that like when a fetus is still like within the mother, it's really just the mother and that child. So if she deigned that she didn't want that child, then she could choose to do whatever it is that she chooses. Now, I think what ends up happening here is that we're committed to taking on a relatively extreme position. For me, my instinct would probably be to bite the bullet, albeit there are some medical concerns. Like if you terminate a pregnancy right as soon as she's about to give birth, that this might increase the likelihood of something happening to the mother, in which case that's just a good reason to prohibit that. But in principle, though, I may have to bite a pretty, sort of unintuitive bullet with the 1 second after birth it's bad, but like 1 second before birth it's fine. What do you guys think about that reductio, though, and how would you respond to it?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of like medical science, the idea that, and this is something that always gets pushed because as medical science progresses and advances, the viability of a fetus kind of gets pushed back. So that always contributes to that. If you get to a point where, because I think for most people, once the fetus is potentially viable outside the womb, you should not terminate, because at that point in development, and I think that's reasonable. What I think is going to be more unusual is if medical science advances to the point where that time period gets pushed back even further, and that debate's always going to be kind of tough. Yeah, the basic thing, I think, and I don't think this is convincing for anybody that's anti-abortion, anti-choice. If you try to say, well, it's a fetus when it's inside, it's an infant when it's outside, that's how medical science delineates that. And they're going to be like, yeah, okay, but what about, it's a fetus, and then it's, it was a fetus 15 minutes ago, now it's a baby. So 15 minutes ago, it was okay to terminate, and I think generally speaking, most people are against that idea. If you have an otherwise healthy child a fetus that has been developing over all this time and is ready to be born, the intention is to give birth to it and to keep it alive. I don't know that the right to terminate that fetus at that point really extends anymore. But that's my position on it.
Okay. Warren, any thoughts?
I believe I'm pretty much on the same page with this.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're in disagreement.
Gotcha. I do think that it is nonetheless like a pretty strong reductio. I do think that in most cases you're probably going to have to kind of like bite that bullet there. I mean, because at the end of the day, and somebody in chat is sort of alluding to this right now, that there is this coupling of bodily autonomy and the sort of like right to life of the fetus that's done, where I think they can be independent considerations, but unfortunately something ends up being sacrificed anyway. So, I mean, in this sense, I would be more inclined to protect the autonomy of women by essentially making the fetuses, so-called rights kind of a subsidiary of her rights, or something that she gets to arbitrate, and if we look back, if we look down the line and science comes far, we're able to take fetuses at virtually any stage of development and just make them survive out, then it is what it is. But for now, I do think I'm pretty confidently pro-choice, and I see that you guys are too, so that's fine. I think the last thing that we'll touch on before I split will be the topic of religion, and partly because I think that the religious debate, at least the external religious debate between, I guess, believers and unbelievers or agnostics, is actually a debate of knowledge, more generally speaking. So essentially, I think anytime that we have any claim to knowledge of a given thing, we have what we'd call like a reliable belief forming process about that thing, right? So when we're doing science, for instance, and we want to understand the efficacy or the effect of, say, like a drug or something like that, right? We have this convention of like, doing controlled experiments with like a control and like an experimental group. We have the idea of, statistical significance, for instance. We think that when results repeat, that they are indicative of some true inference, right? In the case of like reliable stats or something like that, right? So we have all this on the table, right? But all of this is nested in the greater idea that there are some criterion to evidence when it comes to claiming knowledge about a thing. I'm not saying that medicine works because I just sort of feel like it works. I'm saying that what it means to work has already been robustly defined, and we understand that doing experimentation and research is a way of figuring out what works, right? But then we turn to religion, primarily like Abrahamic theistic notions, where I think the question is, what is the way that we derive true inferences about a transcendent or, a spiritual being, right? Like, what is the means by which we can say something about like what that thing is, or provide evidence for what that thing is? And I think honestly, starting here is a way of not even getting into the weeds where they make accusations about nihilism, so on and so forth. Like, we have to start there. I think asking how it is that we could even possibly have knowledge of a thing like this is something for which I haven't been given a sufficient response for. I don't know if you guys have any reflections on that.
Well, when it comes to the conversation, when we're talking about because you bring up the distinctions between like belief and knowledge, I think that ultimately these conversations between non-believers and believers comes down to two things. It's going to come down to rational justification and intellectual honesty. So I see a lot of issues here and there that come up with this because of either a misunderstanding of these terms or a lack of acumen in a particular field. But we're just ultimately it's going to come down to, is a position rationally justified by the criteria that is established for rational justification as per the understanding of the distinction between belief and between what beliefs are and what knowledge is. And so that's where I tend to drill down to. So like I like determining like what knowledge is, how can we arrive at knowledge, what knowledge constitutes, the same with like beliefs in and of themselves. That's why I think it's kind of that it gets kind of murky at some points, but I think with that we're stuck there in this particular conversation. So, that's where we're stuck. It's simply
not to cut you off,
justification. Right? So
yeah, not to cut you off, but like what I mean to do is to establish some sort of parity and then ask for a reconciliation. So it would be like, I would ask, for example, you accept that we can learn about what trees are by like, observing under a microscope at their cellular structure, by looking at their behavior, looking at their role in like a greater ecosystem. Like, these are reliable means of learning about trees. And I think a theist would say, well, yes, right. But then when I ask something like, is revelation a reliable means of learning new facts? I think that's kind of where we run into issues, right? If they say it was revealed to them that God is the creator of the world, that, and, secures everything or something like that, I would ask, well, what a revelation really is. And if a revelation is just definitionally when God is telling you something, it's just presupposing the God in question, right?
Right.
But the question of whether or not it's reliable, well, we can't really make reliability claims about something that can't be falsified. Can it be the case that we have a wrongful revelation? Right. And I don't think most theists are prepared to say that.
Right. It comes down to the justification for what they're claiming. And like you pointed out, it's the circularity that's behind that, the assumption that the thing exists to do the thing that they think it's doing. And so like the lack of an established independent mechanism to determine that, are they receiving something from a god, or what they are receiving is just a phenomenon that they are interpreting or they've been conditioned to believe is coming from a god. And so without these things to apply, that goes to the rationale, or goes to the rational justification of what claim that they're making. That's what I like to examine, So
yeah, what you don't want to do is allow them to suck you into the vortex of Cartesian doubt, because I think we're at a place right now. Well, I'll say this. So I know that you personally, you probably subscribe to something like the objective versus subjective divide, right?
Say one more time.
You probably believe in the object-subject divide. Like there are going to be objective facts and subjective facts, right?
Yeah. So I understand the differentiation between the two. I do hold that there is an external world, like an objectively true, an external world that we do interact with that would represent like objective reality, or like the reality that is there to be experienced. And of course, like the things that are true about those things, because it is the thing that is there to be experienced. So I do hold that these exist, but we do not currently have the capacity to arrive at that, because our interface is our subjective internal experience. Therefore,
so you believe there's a world. Yeah, you believe there's a world in itself, but we don't have access to that in a kind of Kantian move. But we do have our experience, and this experience is of something. It's not like it's all an illusion or something, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So I think that's precisely it for me too. I think I would be some sort of like kind of like indirect realist, whereby like, yeah, we have like sort of our experiences and our observations. We can like convey in language what it is that we're experiencing, but the world at large operates on its own lights, and we don't know what it looks like from a quote unquote universal perspective, whatever that might be. So that's fine. Now, I think what theists oftentimes try to push is a particular conception of knowledge, right? Whereby one, there definitely must be objective facts, and that two, agents can know objective facts regardless of this sort of interface with subjectivity. And it's my view that a perspectival objectivity, or this notion of objectivity irrespective of perspective, probably isn't a thing. And I'll just develop that briefly.
Well, no, I get where you're. For the sake of the time, because we're getting a little bit long on this one, but I agree with that these things, the appearance of universality or inviolability, I agree with that. Things can have the appearance of that, but that does not logically entail that they are that way. Especially when we take into account that the way that we view these things and come to these considerations or come to these conclusions is predicated upon our singular frame of reference on the universe, which I hold just by virtue of math and logic is an extremely limiting frame of reference to view things to try to derive truth from.
Okay. No, for the purposes of brevity, I'll chop it there. Good talking with you too.
Awesome.
I'll catch you around.
Definitely. And I hope to see you on the next one. I appreciate you coming up there, bud.
See you.
Awesome. Have a great one. All right. So I know he's had his hand up and he's kind of gone up and down. Where did he go? Oh, he left. No. Kieran. Wanted to bring Kieran up on the stage because he had a question about morals, and we could finally get move away from the anti-natalist discussion.
But Tang had wanted to speak on the abortion briefly, but I don't know how long they've had their hand held up.
Right.
I just let them know you've got sole control over who comes up. So
okay, I can look at the order in which people have put their hands up. I see Cole has had their hand up. Hopefully we can get on if it's a morality or religious stuff like this, I'll talk about what people believe. And we've had, I Killed Earl points out it's been remarkably pleasant today. We've had a limited amount. We haven't really had it real chaos. But Cole, I saw you put your hand down. I could bring you up. I was just about to invite you over. So If you want, I can just invite you to speak from there if you'd like to pop up, or did you have something else in mind as far as discussion goes? What do you got? Let me double check. I hope this is not. Damn. Oh, okay. It's friggin'. Okay, try again. Come back up. And so, where did our call go?
Is the mic working?
Yeah, there we go. Excellent.
No, we can hear you.
I wanted to speak on abortion, but I think the moment might have passed. I forget what I even wanted to say.
Are you
It was sort of context isn't around no more.
So are you pro-choice or out of curiosity, are you pro-choice or pro-birth?
Pro-life. I mean, I don't know reading the chat, but I don't even.
So you support social systems that would facilitate the life of the child and the development of the child after birth?
Yeah, I think so. We don't really do orphanages in the West anymore, do we? We kind of like have the foster care system taken care of or something, right?
Yeah.
We might want to bring them orphanages back and just make abortion illegal. I think it should only be acceptable in the case of saving the mother's life. Or if the child has been deemed to be like so damaged when it's born, but even that is a gray area. Like I think only to save the mother's life, and even then it's got to be early, because if it's later on, like early births are a thing.
Well, yeah,
C-sections and all.
Yeah, the vast majority of.
What if she's raped by her dad?
Yeah, there's a good one.
So what?
So so if she doesn't, if you put a woman in a position where the state essentially says that once you're pregnant, regardless of the circumstances, say that it's sexual assault by a family member. Now you've got an incestual kid coming in. She has no choices in this. You're gonna force her to spend the next 9 months gestating this child, and then she's gonna have to go to give birth to it. The person,
well, if you want to be technical about it, the father's the one that forced her.
Well, but by eliminating abortion, by making that illegal, you are now then imposing it upon her that she must.
You can try to blame whoever you want to. The fault lies with the one who planted the seed.
No. The fault lies with the crime. The punishment does belong in the person who perpetrated the crime. You are correct. But now you're punishing the victim. Yeah. How does forcing her?
You're already victimized.
No. But the consequences. But there are still consequences. You're compounding the consequences. If he does the action, that individual will go to prison. They will be found guilty of their crime and they'll go to prison. That's the consequences for committing the action. But there are consequences. That's
pretty much only if.
But there are consequences. But there are consequences beyond that. Hang on, I'm still speaking. There are consequences beyond that. Okay, and you're forcing her to deal with the additional consequences of his action.
Right. So you're saying that we should allow her to kill the baby and punish the child. In order for the woman not to.
It's not a child.
It
would literally be a zygote at that point.
Yeah, that's a kid too.
No, it's not.
If she miscarries, she's gonna miscarry.
No,
let her go do a bunch of heroin or smoke some crack or something.
Zygotes
and kill it that way.
Zygotes don't have brains.
The doctor don't get a piece of that action.
Zygotes don't have brains. They don't have like cognition. They don't have like experience.
Jellyfish and plants don't have brains either, but they seem to do okay.
Okay, but a zygote, but still, you're ignoring that's a complete.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the fact that the only way that this is going to work is if you use the law and the authority of the state to force a woman to carry her attacker's child to term, and her only options would be to pursue the termination of that pregnancy illegally or to end her own life.
Right.
You want to talk?
Agree with that?
I don't like even hearing people talk that way.
You're advocating for.
That's what happens.
Well, yeah, you're advocating for literally the psychological harm and the physical harm and the physical risks that come along. There's natural physical risks that come along with a pregnancy. Then you're talking about the psychological harm that the woman will experience by going through with the term pregnancy and then giving birth to her attacker's child, and then the face of her attacker looking back at her, and the constant reminder. So you're advocating for literally
why adoption.
putting her through that, but why put her through the psychological harm of bringing that to term?
Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, do you think the psychological harm of having a baby removed from her stomach is better?
Better than the one of forcing her to carry her attacker's child to term. Yes.
Usually in a case, in cases of an attack like that, it's hang on. You're already using loaded language. All right. The kind of language that you're saying now, oh, she's got to have a ready to birth baby carved out of her stomach. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a pill that's given to her, or a series of pills that are given to her, and she passes the small clump of cells that are in there. It's a medical abortion, or a medication-based abortion.
Something tells me that if the father is raping the daughter, then her access to, like, what do you call that, modern medicine is probably limited.
Well, that's why Planned Parenthood is a good thing to fund.
Right.
Yeah, because the dad's just going to drive her right up there so she can go in there and talk to him.
No, but there are other programs that we fund both federally and locally that can facilitate her being able to do that.
And privately.
Without
the and hopefully get law enforcement
in the same house, buddy.
What you're actually advocating for is reducing her access to resources, but instead allocating resources from the state to enforce her to give birth to a kid. Who incurs this cost? Because in this situation,
it means what you think it means.
What are you talking about?
We're not forcing anybody to do anything. We're not allowing them to force the baby to die.
No, you're forcing them to carry the child to term.
You're forcing a woman. She didn't agree to the sentence. Hang on. Wait a minute. You got a situation where a girl was raped by her own father. She didn't choose to have sex. She did not choose to She didn't choose to conceive. Even if you catch the guy and punish him and convict him, okay, fine. In your situation, she does not have an option to have any kind of abortion at all. So if things go as nature usually intends them to go, but barring some natural miscarriage, she's going to give birth to her brother's son.
Not all miscarriages are completely natural. Are you familiar with drugs?
Are you advocating that she go out and use drugs, or just eat a bunch of rhubarb to?
Whatever.
Are you going to?
If it's on her, it's on her. But
okay. So let me punish her. Let me just. She goes and gets a. Hang on. No, I want to follow that to its conclusion. If she goes and eats a bunch of rhubarb, right? Try to terminate this pregnancy. Yes, rhubarb can interrupt pregnancy. She goes and does. Do you punish her for having an abortion, for terminating her own pregnancy? Would you use state authority to punish her if she successfully terminated that pregnancy? Or is it hands off? She can do it on her own.
Rhubarb she ate, but it doesn't matter.
It's her call. That's not an answer to my question.
And that would be on her for sure. But the doctor does not need to be involved in this.
The doctor would want to be involved in this because the doctor has a duty to care. That's part of their Hippocratic oath. It's part of basic medical ethics. She's a patient and she's suffering. And you don't understand what you're talking about.
And also, I'm kind of curious in this kind of like authoritarian, fascistic, pro-birth, control system that you have advocated for. What happens if you force her to you're forcing her to maintain the pregnancy and to bring it to term, and in doing so, the physical strain of it doing it kills her, which does happen. Now you just sentenced her to death for something that she didn't even do.
Well, I think that's one thing that abortion is only good for is saving the life of the mother.
Okay, but if you're forcing her to give birth and carry it to term, especially depending upon the age of the person who is assaulted, that literally just the act of being pregnant, just the physiology of that and the changes it does to the body.
It's medically risky.
It's medically risky just being pregnant. Like literally, a woman can get pregnant, and just the act of being pregnant can kill her. So if you in this system were to force a woman to carry to term the child of her attacker, you not only force her to deal with the psychological damage that's going to be done by going through that process and having to deal with the permanent changes to her body that she did not consent to, but also the risk of death. And if she dies in that, how do you justify that? because now you just forced her to literally deal with this process that she had no consent to and doesn't want, and now she's died from it. She wanted to protect her own life. You forced her into a situation that then ended her life, that then ended her life. So how do you justify the risk of that?
And please don't say whatever it's on her.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying this is literally
multiple times.
Well, the whole point that we allow these choices, the whole point that we allow the freedom of choice in this is to avoid these kinds of outcomes.
Look, it's for the best that perhaps I'm not making these decisions, but I feel the way I feel.
Okay,
you shouldn't
so why
terminate a baby?
Why?
Just because the father is a jerk.
Okay, no.
George Carlin made a joke about it, but I agree.
Okay, so, but why? Why? What are you basing it upon? Is this because you believe in a God and that all human beings are inherently special?
It is life, dude.
Life is life.
That doesn't make.
It makes no sense.
You don't to kill a kid just because their dad's a jerk.
It's not a kid.
Hang on.
How is the kid?
Hang on a second. Man? It's life. Okay. Do you have a lawn?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Do you mow it?
As a matter of fact, I don't.
You just let it sprout.
Buddy, it's kind of funny.
I haven't cut my grass. When the city comes and complains.
I live in Detroit. They haven't complained yet. I haven't cut my grass since last September. It got like 4 feet high, and then it's Detroit, so there's a lot of abandoned properties. And they were down the street with the brush hog, and they just like cruised through my lawn and cut like 75% of it for me. So that's about as much lawn cutting as I've gotten done in the last 10 months or so. Actually,
are you okay? Are you okay with the fact that they did that? Because they just
doesn't bother me.
How about this? How about a better one?
Well, they prevented that.
No. Well, how about
they prevented that grass from seeding?
This is a better one. Do you wash your?
No,
hands?
they didn't.
No, this is a better one. This is a better analogy. Do you wash your hands after you wipe your ass?
So you consider bacteria the same level
of still life? It's still life,
human baby.
It's still life.
Yes.
Oh, so we are special pleading. So we are special pleading for humans.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, why are you special pleading?
It seems like you want to make. Yeah, you're special pleading. For you, the distinction between the cells, the zygote, the fetus, the infant, those distinctions basically vanish according to your worldview. But you aren't willing to make those same distinctions for other forms of life. You see how that's a little bit tricky?
Dude. So we can hunt deer and man now? Like, what are you talking about? If one type of life is the same as another, you kidding me, bro? Like, I can't start a bonfire in my backyard because it'll kill bacteria on the wood.
The hunting no. Actually, your hunting analogy is perfect because if you follow that logically, because we can make the distinction between other animals and ourselves, and we take it upon ourselves to go out and hunt deer and then consume them afterward, then following that logic, it should be perfectly fine for a woman to take a medication to cleanse the zygote out of her body. She's the dominant. Because she's in a dominant relationship to that form of her body is necessary for that thing to develop.
This whole dominance thing, buddy, don't enter into.
No.
When you go kill a deer,
hunting it does.
No, Urkel.
It is. Bro, it's known that you're supposed to use everything that you can.
Urkel.
I'm just using your example of my mind.
I gotta say,
guys. She is in a dominant position. She is in it. I haven't muted you. She is in a dominant position. The difference is that it's because the growing embryo or the zygote is dependent upon her sustained biological functions for its own. Okay, so it literally is.
I understand.
It's literally parasitic. It's a parasite, literally, because
this is retarded.
Because it's taking from her and not providing anything back.
Yeah, it's not a parasite.
That is definitionally what a parasite.
You kind of fucked up what I was saying a minute ago.
That is definitionally what a parasite
Let me say this, bro.
That is not symbiotic.
Every hunter knows you're not supposed to waste a life, dude. When you take it, you are supposed to eat that or whatever. Just taking trophies ain't right.
It is not symbiotic.
Okay.
It is parasitic in nature.
Let's agree to disagree, because when that child is born, it can help the mother in her old age. So what I was getting at was in killing a fetus or a zygote or whatever you got it growing in your belly if you're a female and you don't want it. That is nothing but waste.
Over 90% of it occurs when it's either a zygote or an embryo.
Okay, so how do you feel about all of them?
And the other 10%,
a lot of pregnancy,
and the other 10% falls to when like literally falls. Like the extreme examples is when the act of birth can kill the mother, but we have medical intervention for that, like C-sections. But then those like anytime it's like that's when there's extreme risk to the mother's health is when it has to be terminated. But then again, a woman who carries it to term that long is not going to abort it because they obviously want it.
Right. So I got my own moral reasons for believing the way that I do, but I'll put it to you this way. How about, since you guys are so concerned with the law, what would you think about a law that says a woman needs the father's permission to get an abortion?
No, I don't agree with those laws.
I don't agree with that at all.
I do.
It violates her consent.
No, because it's her body. If the parents are going to, if the parent say, okay, let's say, I don't know.
It's her body, but it's his kid. Like, how about, no, you can't kill my kid?
Are you talking about a boyfriend, husband, or are you talking about the dad? You just said parents.
It doesn't matter. Whoever she brings into the office that says, yeah, that's my kid in her belly.
No, he gets it. No. The male will get
including her rapist?
The biological male.
Could be.
Biological male can have equal consent, have equal like power in that choice when we have the technology to physically transfer the gestating zygote to him. Then he can consent. Then he can consent to being pregnant. Then he can choose whether or not he wants to keep it. But he cannot, if his subjective decision is to keep the child because he wants it, but it's her body that's going to carry it, she's the one that gets to make the decision. When we can transfer in between organisms, when we can literally say, well, you don't want to keep it because you don't want to carry it to term, but he does, let's medically transfer it from her to him, and then he can carry it to term, and he can make the decision, and she won't be saddled with something outside of her that she does not consent to. When that happens,
well, how about we're bitching about the law and I don't give a fuck about
it. Then the male will have equal say legally.
No. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but like that ain't never gonna be. And a guy that would accept that is like sort of a chump anyways, so let them go ahead and do that if they want to. But I agree that's just it's stupid. Yeah, you can't do that.
Hang on.
Technically, we can. You actually can. It's possible.
If you would actually be granting,
dude, are you trying to fucking joke around? What's going on?
No. It's biologically possible.
I love how Dale. I love how this guy is trying to make it sound like he's got a common sense position here, when the only way this would actually work is if the government recognized that the biological father has more rights than the woman.
How do you
have to use the authority? Because he can trump her. She doesn't want to carry the child to term, but he can come in and say, "No, I don't want her to do that," and that's the end of the discussion. She has no choice, right?
Check it out. Remember that whole thing? I'm gonna shit up the law. Like, there's ways around this stuff. She could bring her buddy or her cousin or her brother into the office for the abortion with her and go, "Yeah, he's the dad. Yeah, we're getting the abortion."
So you're an advocate of corruption. You basically want to establish a system where it's very moralized, but then let people know, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. There's corrupt ways around this, and that's where we want you to go.
Hold on. Hold on a sec. Pause in the discussion. I don't know why my sound is doing that, why my volume on my mic keeps dropping. It's weird. Is it up now? Can you guys hear me okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so for StreamYard, the people in the live chat were saying like my volume was really low, and I've checked it twice now, and it's like for some reason it's automatically dropped down to like 20, and I'm like, what the heck? I have to repop it back up to 80, which is really, really weird. So I don't know. I just want to make sure that my sound was okay. Okay, go ahead, continue.
I want to make this point. Like what I'm getting from Urkel here is like, hey, you know what? I don't want to live in a communist system. But if I lived under communism, fuck it, right? I mean, there's always black markets and shit. So let the government do that. So, okay, but you probably don't want to live in like a totalitarian. Well, maybe you do, because what you're advocating for would require a certain amount of totalitarian logic.
Well, ultimately, the problem.
What I'm talking about requires more work than it's worth.
Ultimately,
ultimately,
but the problem with this is that ultimately,
this is just like a moral fantasy.
Urkel, the problem with this is that when you drill down to its core, this is all about you wanting to live in a system that validates you over other people at the expense of other people.
I mean, this has got nothing to do with me. Bro.
It does, because
I haven't even been in the presence of a female in years. So this ain't got shit to do with me.
Okay, but what?
I wonder
how
why
do you justify the position? Yeah, exactly. If you have these views on abortion and women's rights, I'm not surprised that they're avoiding you.
Me neither.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand how you justify this. Like, the only way that you can even kind of ethically back this is if you believe that men are in a position to, as either a ruling government or whatever, to force her to have a kid.
Ruling whatever. How about if the woman is married and she tries to go get an abortion, she can't without her husband's permission?
No.
Absolutely not. What if the husband raped her and she got pregnant against her will? Same situation as the dad, man. Did she just go and get some rhubarb or take some drugs?
Yeah,
and then we promise, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, just because she terminated the pregnancy, doing some home routine, we promise we won't go after her.
Urkel,
how do you think that's going to work?
Do you accept that wait, Urkel, do you accept that a husband can grape his wife?
Yeah.
You realize that sex without that the other party has to consent, right? Whether you're married or not, they have to consent. There is no I get married and I lose the ability to consent to sexual activity.
All these discussions about sex are really not my forte because I haven't had enough of it to even know it.
Can you find the little man in the canoe?
I don't know what you're talking about, the clit or something?
Perfect. Yeah, that's the clit. Yeah, okay.
Well, I've never seen a hymen, but I heard about them too, I guess. I don't get spend a whole lot of time down there, you know what I mean?
I think
so it's mythological, but despite the fact that you don't know about that, you are comfortable with a guy being able to say, hey, you know what, she's gonna have to have that kid. I don't agree to an abortion, don't do it, doc. Any doctor that actually has a right to that understands their medical ethics is going to tell that guy to leave. It's not up to him. It is medically corrupt.
Yeah, because as it stands right now, they got no say in it.
Right, because
why should they have? Why should they?
Not?
They're not carrying the child.
Carrying it. That's the whole point.
I don't understand your problem. And if it's
the male is not the one being saddled with the permanent physiological changes and the risks to their life that the pregnancy presents.
This is all fantasy bullshit. Dude.
It's not fantasy bullshit. Pregnancy, the act of being pregnant, going through a full-term pregnancy, does induce physical permanent changes to the woman's body. And it is also an inherent risk to their life just to be pregnant.
Well, this is just a simple opinion of mine. And you guys got your own, but the law says what it says, and it exists how it exists. But I wouldn't want a woman to abort my child, would you?
It's up to her.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it to be done no matter what.
Cool. Then you can be the one that carries it to term.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll have a machine.
Hang on. Do you see how far we've gotten? In your particular, if you were married and she was pregnant, you don't want her to get rid of your kid. But the example that we started with was a woman who had been raped and impregnated by her own father. And you're like, nope, she can't get it either. I really don't think you thought about this.
I think it shouldn't be a possibility. Doesn't mean it's correct, my opinion. Or it doesn't mean that you're correct. The law stands as it stands. I understand that. And it is what it is, man. What are you going to do? Nothing. But, hey, I got ideas that float around in my mind, too, don't you?
I don't know I haven't heard a really good thought out idea from you yet. Other than she could she can, like, you seem to be advocating for something that's like, okay, well, we shouldn't allow the doctor. Hang on, let me see if I've got this straight. You don't want the doctors to be allowed to provide that procedure. But if she runs out and grabs a handful of herbs or does some crack or meth or something like that, and that happens to induce a miscarriage, you're okay with that, right?
I'm saying that even when the laws exist the way they do, there are ways.
Oh. How?
So
how do you make
really
it?
Huh?
How do you make it? How do you make a humane process out of taking a girl who has been raped by her own father and force her to carry that child for 9 months? And let's pretend that she's perfectly healthy through the pregnancy. She doesn't develop gestational diabetes. There's no risk for preeclampsia. None of the high blood pressure stuff. She doesn't happen to get some kind of thyroid issue after she gives birth to the kid. She doesn't suffer from postpartum depression. None of these other care conditions are there. By the way, those are long-term and expensive and potentially debilitating and potentially fatal. She's going to get all this care from whom? Who pays for that care?
Whose house was she living in? Was she homeless?
You're going to get it out of the dad that you arrested and convicted. You're going to get all that medical cost out of him. How?
Wait, what? You're talking about not terminating.
In the original example that we were talking about, the dad rapes the girl, she gets pregnant. You don't want her to be allowed to get an abortion. He's been caught, convicted, and he is now incarcerated. And you're trying to say, like, oh, well, we can.
How old is she?
What difference does it make?
Is she underage? It makes a big difference. If she's 18 years old and she doesn't have any legal recourse other than to say that it was rape, and she lives under her father's roof and he provides, she probably won't even say anything.
A lot of women don't come forward about their attackers for fear of being shamed.
Women are better at being quiet about shit like that than you realize.
This is deeply.
I'm actually agreeing that women are quiet about that. That's not a good thing, man.
No, it isn't. There's lots of bad stuff in the world, though. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Okay, so
you're active, but you came in here actively presenting ideas that would make things worse for them, not better.
I don't agree with that.
And when we push back,
bringing the life into the world is not making the world a worse place for anybody.
Yes, no.
Forcing a woman to carry her, that would objectively make her life worse.
Hold up. Okay, Urkel, yes, it is, depending upon the circumstances that life is being born into. So, yes, it can.
Okay, I suppose that could be correct, but this is the first world. You both live in the United States, correct?
Have you seen the infant mortality rates and the rates of death among pregnant women? Just generally.
I live in Detroit, dude.
Okay, then can you give me the percentage of what we are a first world, but not when it comes to infant mortality rates. Right. So it's trying to say that, hey, we live in the first world, the kid will be okay, is not a good thing to say. This is not a good country for kids. Not when it comes to infant mortality.
Shit happens.
All
strong survive, man.
Okay,
Give them a chance.
You brought up the fact that we're the first world, but we're not the first world when it comes to infant mortality and maternity care for women. A lot of women, especially African American women, die here just from being pregnant. That is not, you brought this up, not me.
Right. And you guys started talking about abortion. I just chimed in my opinion.
You're the one that brought it up. That was your topic.
What? No, you're just you were talking about abortion before I even got here.
But you tried to say the first world thing is somehow going to it's going to be fine. The girl will be fine. The kid will be fine. Let's not even talk about the health issue. How is she going to afford any of the medical care? She's not going to get follow-up care after this, right? If she's 18 and her dad's in jail now, what kind of insurance does she have? If she's a minor, everything that's going to happen to her is probably going to end up being she's just going to have her credit ruined or something like that for the rest of her life. This is not going. Have you spent any amount of time with the U.S.
transfer the property of the father over to the kid? If the dad gets arrested and sent to prison, and she's living under his roof, what are they going to do with the house and the bank account and all that shit?
What if he's a renter? A lot of people are.
Yeah.
There's no real property.
He's got a big bank account, you know?
She just get evicted.
So you transfer the property. You should just get evicted.
Like, you guys act like the state is going to be there to fucking protect you all the time. They're not, okay? Back in the old days,
when did I act like that?
And there was no fucking safety net, dude.
This state, our particular system is actively trying to remove what little bit of social insurance we have left.
Calm down.
I do not make imaginary claims that this government is capable of stepping in and helping people. I would like it if it did make that commitment, but it doesn't. So you're the one actively living in a fantasy if you think that this first world country is going to magically take care of this girl and her child that you forced her to carry.
Look, I don't disagree with the law enough to actually do anything about it. The way we got it right now seems okay, I guess. Whatever, I don't care. It's calling somebody else.
If you don't care, why are you here? What are you doing? Leave.
I like experimenting with moral thought. You know, it's sort of a thing that I.
Well, you're okay. So I mean,
but you're deeply corrupt, man.
Yeah,
you are a deeply corrupt thinker.
Buddy, you got no idea.
Even from my, I mean, I'm a moral relativist in this respect. So even I will say is like your position is deeply, profoundly, disturbingly unempathetic. So it is. Okay, like it's like
I'm not disagreeing with,
like ridiculously. So it's kind of gross, and I don't see that we're getting anything out of the discussion.
I don't think girls should be fucking their dads either, but like you want to.
Well, in this case, she didn't choose to do it, dude. Yeah, in our example, he attacked her.
It's not a choice.
Are you capable of maintaining? You can't even maintain a steady thought on this. Let you go. Oh my God, I'm done talking about.
Call someone else there, buddy.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to move that. That individual.
Read a book, bro.
Yeah,
Jesus, I bet he can't. He's got to use a finger and sound them out. Cat, dog. All right,
give me 1 second. I have to do an adjustment on my sound. 1 moment. Just pause that, and we're gonna bring up the next person. Give me 2 moments. As a matter of fact. All right, make sure that people can still hear me. Test, Jefferson, make sure they can still hear you. Nope. Okay, 1 sec. Hang on 1 second. And give me another test.
Test.
Make sure everybody can hear that. We want to make sure it interrupt the discussion. Yeah, I'm apparently having some difficulty on my thumbs up. Yeah, we're good. Okay, good. Live chat says I'm having some trouble. I think I need to replace my microphone. It may be getting too old because it'll start getting staticky in my ear whenever I'm hearing people talk.
Oh,
but now I've reset it, so now everything sounds crystal clear. But now I need to double check and make sure that my microphone volume has not somehow adjusted. I'm going to just be proactive and I'm going to take a look at that. Properties, levels, and it did. And so now we're good. So now people should be able to hear me clearly.
That's much better. Yeah, you're much clearer.
Yeah, so there we go. This is much, much better. Okay, good. We're in a good spot. All right. So I got that sorted until the next problem shows up. Fucking hell. Okay, so let's see if we can run through this because we're coming up. We're getting short. So let's try to make it quick. I see some new people. 8-Bit, come on up. See what 8-Bit's got. 8-Bit, welcome to the stage.
What
you got?
Me all right?
Yeah, what you got for us today? What do you believe and why do you believe it?
Well, I have a few different options. You can choose any number of them, but I'd be down to discuss evictionism, which is a subset of the whole pro-life or choice discussion. There's taxation being theft and or a secular basis for objective morality, since I'm an objectivist and I believe in objective morality. So,
that one's okay. So the problem with the taxation is theft thing is that it's subjectively derived. If you want to live in a system that provides social benefit, like the access to roads and the ability to travel and things like this, there's social systems that apply to everyone equally, and those things need to be paid for. Taxation is what pays for those things. Hang on. Hang on.
I accidentally unplugged my.
Yeah, no problem. So the determination as to like the level of
doing
taxation, the determination of what level of taxation should apply, obviously is up for discussion. But it's a matter of being a part of the society. If you want the benefits of the society, then you pay for those benefits through taxation, and you get the benefits for them, like police, rescue services, whatever. So if you don't like that, then you just don't have to live in the society anymore. So you can choose to go. So I don't even think that's
or if you live. If you live under the Trump regime, we all pay extra taxes for things that we don't get.
Right,
which
exactly.
is just, we pay more in taxes in the forms of, especially American business firms are paying more in taxes through tariffs. But in exchange for that, the rest of us are getting austerity.
Yeah. Ultimately, we're pro-choice in that. So, I'd like to zero in on the morality thing, because you say that you hold to objective morality. Okay, that there exist moral truths, stance independent truths, correct?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, how do you derive those?
Well, do you want me to start from the fundamental axioms of existence, identity, and consciousness?
Okay, so but moral distinctions
moral
distinctions are predicated upon valuations. Okay, so you make them in response relative to the valuation. So, but if the value, then you'd have to ground like a stance independent, mind independent valuation process. So how is the valuation process not subjective?
So values. Well, let's see. The basis of all value, the value that we use as the standard of value that we, judge all other values is our own life, right?
Right, and by our own experiences, and those experiences are subjective to each individual.
Well, experience stuff, yeah, but like our life is objective. There are certain objective needs we must meet in order to continue our lives, right?
True, but now we're talking about the difference between things that are objectively true as a result of just being true in reality, but these are not valuations. That I need to eat in order to survive is objectively true to facilitate the goal of survival.
Sure.
So, but that's not the same as evaluation on like what I should eat or when I should eat or how much I should eat, which are subjective determinations based upon a number of other factors. So it's two different concepts. So if we're talking about moral valuations, so like the moral distinctions that are made, how are you determining that there are stance independent, mind independent truths? Like what grounds those things?
Objective facts about reality, our nature as a rational species, and was it 1 second. I usually have this. Let's see. Objective facts about reality, our nature as rational beings, and our objective requirement for life as human beings. And the whole rational part is very important because we are rational beings. We use reason to survive. That is our primary means of survival.
Okay.
Because to live, we must act. And to act, we must think first as to how to act. So from there, there are, from there, if one chooses life, which you certainly have because you're here doing anything, there are certain oughts you ought to take.
But it's not deriving an ought from an is. Okay, those oughts are relativistic in nature. It's like what I ought do in the context of a particular scenario, and what I ought do in my subjective determination of my justification. So these things are still subjective. They're still relativistic. So there's still stance dependent. So by you holding to moral realism, okay, holds that there are objectively true, stance independent moral statements, okay, and that these are true independent of minds, independent of stances. So how are you deriving that? Are you deriving it from, like, where are you deriving it from? Like, how are you, because the things that you're talking about are things that are just true about external reality, but that's not the same as making a valuation that's dependent upon the stance of the individual that's making the valuation. Okay, so it's different in that respect. So they're two different evaluative processes.
Could you give me like a little bit of an example or visualization of what you mean? Because I'm not sure I'm
right.
seeing
So okay, so a good example is like the act of murder. Okay, murder is a legal term that murder is a legal term that describes the act of taking another life sans justification. Okay, if you have justification, it is not classified as murder. It's classified as a justifiable homicide. So, but we have a distinction here now. But what is the standard for justification and who decides it? Okay, so we don't derive our standard for justification like from like stance independent source, because the justification is dependent upon the stance. All right. Now, the society comes together and agrees that there is a standard that we shall abide by as a part of as a society. That this facilitates the most good and it eliminates the bad as best as we can. And we agree upon this and we impose it subjectively onto the society itself. That if you want to be a part of the society, these are the rules that you will live by, the rules that have been subjectively agreed upon. But we determine what the standard of justification is. I can actually, if I commit the act of taking another life, and I view from my stance that I am completely justified for why I committed that act, the society may disagree with me because it doesn't meet their standards, but it certainly met my standards. So who is technically right? Okay, technically neither of us is right. We're imposing it from our individual stances, the stance of the society and the stance of myself. Okay, so these things are subjectively derived and they are relativistically applied, relative being to the context in which they are applied. So that's an example of how these things are, how moral distinctions are relative, and they're subjectively derived and relativistically applied.
Well, I would say that the person acting in self-defense would objectively be right.
Okay, well, they can view that they're acting in self-defense. But what if the society disagrees?
It's not a matter of, if it's objective, it's not a matter of the society's opinion. It's a matter of what is objectively true.
Okay, but you're the one determining it's objective, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's stance dependent on you, which then goes to show it's still relative.
No, it's because the attacker is violating someone else's rights. So the person, their assailant or victim, would be right in using lethal force to stop that person.
That's a stance of the society.
No, it's an objective truth.
No, it's a stance of the society, because the society can disagree with you and say, no, that you did not have just cause to take that person's life. They could actually put greater constraints upon it and say that only as an absolute last resort are you justified in doing so, and you didn't try to stop him via any other means other than taking an individual's life. Because you did not exhaust all other options, you therefore did not have justification, therefore you are guilty of murder.
So if society decided rape was okay, that would be fine?
It wouldn't say that it was okay. I would still disagree with that. Just because the society agrees upon a thing doesn't mean it's objectively true. It's subjectively determined by the society. It's subjectively determined by the individuals and relativistically applied to the society. Okay, in the context of what they're talking about. But I may disagree with that. What this tells us is that objectively, in the mind independent sense, that these actions are neither moral or immoral, that these are amoral. No action is either inherently moral or immoral. They are inherently amoral. There is no moral distinction about them, like just objectively. We are the ones that impose these distinctions upon the things that we observe. Okay?
Well, here's the thing. Like, if morality is just subjective, then there's not really any reason I ought, agree with your position.
Sure,
then.
there is. If you want to remain a member of the society, which would be your goal to remain a member of the society, therefore you ought, because you don't derive it from an is, you derive it from the goal. Okay? So if it's relative to the goal. So if your goal is to remain a member of society and enjoy the benefits of being a part of that society, then you ought to comport with the laws of that society. If you don't agree with those, feel free to leave the society and fare on your own.
But no, I mean, like, if morality is subjective, and you're making that argument,
it is subjective. Moral realism doesn't exist.
But then if that's the case, the whole reason you're arguing is to convince me of your position, and the reason for that is you believe that it is objectively good to believe in what is true, and you believe that to be true, and you also want to convince me to believe it, right?
True relative to the society. Okay, another a good analogy that I use for this, and Jefferson may have one different from mine, but the analogy that I use for this, the game of chess. I'm sure you've played chess before, correct?
Yeah, I'm not very good at it. It's been a while.
Yeah, but you're familiar with it though, right?
Right.
Okay, great. So the game of chess, the shape of the pieces, the design of the board, the various rules as to how the pieces move, and the win conditions of the game. These are all subjectively derived. We subjectively, mind-dependently, create the game of chess. We create a game, we establish rules, say this is the game of chess, okay? But there is no like mind-independent source for what chess is. We invented it. It's entirely mind-dependent. All right. We create a system and we arbitrarily call it chess. This is the name of the game. It's chess. Now, the difference is that if two people agree upon the goal of winning a game of chess, if that's the goal, that is your external referent. You and I come together and we see the chessboard and all the pieces, and we come to the agreement that our goal is to win a game of chess. Then it becomes objectively true that in order to accomplish the goal, we need to play by the rules of chess. Because if we don't play by the rules of chess, we're not playing chess, so therefore we cannot win a game of chess. But if we want to win a game of chess, then analytically we must play by the rules of chess in order to determine a winner per the win conditions of the game of chess. All right? So, but it's still relativistic. It's not objectively true that the rules of chess are one way, but they are true if the goal is to win a game of chess. All right? So it's not objectively or stands independently true. It's relativistically true. It's true in virtue of an external referent, is what we're talking about here.
But if the goal is your own life, there are objective requirements for that to lead to your own flourishing.
Okay. So, yeah, but
that's what I mean.
No. There are things that are objectively true that are required to maintain your survival. But the quality of your survival, the quality of your survival is determined.
I'm talking about flourishing, not just mere moment to moment.
Okay, but what is flourishing? Who determines what flourishing is?
Like
what is the quality? Wait, what is the quality of flourishing? By whose standard? Right?
Like survival as a rational being. Not merely, moment to moment survival as an animal.
Okay,
if it was just that, then I could just rape, pillage, all that.
But that's not an objective. But that's not a stance independent or mind independent standard for what flourishing is. Someone else could have a completely different interpretation of what flourishing constitutes. It still stands dependent on you. You are the one making the determination as to what flourishing is from your perspective. Someone else can have something completely different. Which one of you is right?
I haven't looked into flourishing. Let me see.
Right. Well, the problem is when you put these kind of qualitative statements on it, then you need to determine, yes, definitionally, the word refers to a thing, but the quality or the context or what constitutes it can be entirely whatever. You can say it's objectively true that a human being needs food, water, and air to survive. And flourishing just means getting the necessary food, water, and air to facilitate survival. But another person would say, no, that's not flourishing. That's just survival. Flourishing, in their view, implies a number of other things: happiness, well-being, freedom of movement, whatever. Because technically, by your standard, if it's just survival, literally, you're flourishing. I could strap you to a bed, Seven style, and as long as I gave you the food, water, and air necessary for you to continue surviving, that is you flourishing. But I think you disagree with that, right? Right. So that's not flourishing.
And that's kind of a point that I was pointing out. Like, I don't mean mere moment-to-moment survival,
So, so in that respect, we can have different interpretations of what these things are, these qualities are. All right. So we're still referencing it. We still have external reference. It's still subjective. It still stance dependent.
Okay. So here, I got this. For Rand, flourishing is the objective, rational state that results when an individual lives in accordance with his or her own consciousness and values. It is not a vague feeling of being okay as measurable and purposeful condition marked by, purposeful life, a clear goal that is rationally attainable, usually the pursuit of one's own happiness, setting long-term plans for your relationships, personal growth, and working towards them. Productive work, health and strength, knowledge and reason, integrity and self-respect, stuff like that. Basically living the stuff you would want to, you need in order to have society.
Okay, but there's a whole lot of stuff in there that is subjectively determined as to what constitutes those things.
Well, I don't know if I would. Depends, but like, being able to have society where people can live together and work together and improve each other's life, I would say that's flourishing.
That's not the only, but someone could say, someone could say that Brave New World is a flourishing society.
See, Brave New World. Which one was that?
Aldous Huxley.
That was the
Huxley. Humans are created. Everybody just lives for pleasure.
Right. Yeah. I remember that one. Yeah. No, that would not be flourishing because it's not really
flourishing by your standard, but not by the standard of those individuals living in that city. See, because all of the issues that come along with these, all the moral quandaries, all of the shit that they have to deal with, all that shit is handled by the state. People are assigned their value. They're assigned their position, and they simply do their positions, and that's it. All of the moral quandaries are taken out, and therefore it is nothing but the pursuit of pleasure. Because that's what they have. But the people living in that society, they view it as flourishing.
Right, but it's ultimately destructive in that sense.
Not if the system is maintained. Systems maintained is just popping out people, and they do their jobs, and that's it.
Yeah, but it's also kind of like a sci-fi kind of.
Well, but still, it's a great example of this. The people who live, the alphas who live in that, they view it as flourishing. The individuals below them have very, very little conceptualization of what flourishing is. So they I think it's the Jefferson. Remind me, it's the gammas at the bottom, right, or the deltas? The deltas at the bottom.
Oh, it's gammas.
I think it was either way, but those individuals, they don't really have the capacity to even conceptualize these things. So still, the people in the society view it as flourishing because it's not ending. Pleasure is sustained. Work is being done. It's effective. People are still being born. They have abundance. Everything is provided. Bam, flourishing. It's just that the quality of the flourishing is subjective. They view it as flourishing, but to the outsider who comes into the city from the free world, from the wastes, he says, what is this nonsense? And he sees it as like no flourishing. This is horrifying because from his stance, it's not. So it's still stance dependent.
Right. I mean, like the individuals, the gammas and whatnot, they don't really have rights that are respected.
They don't even have but they're deprived oxygen to the point.
They don't
they don't have the capacity to understand that they don't have rights.
They don't have individuality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're effectively drones. They're effectively drones. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why they're not really flourishing.
But they still get what they need. No, but they still get they get the food they need. They get the water they need. They get the air they need. They still live lives.
Yeah, that's just mere survival.
But they perform their function. That's what they do.
Sure, but that's mere survival. It's not really giving people the freedom to make their own choices as to what they do with their own resources.
Right.
You know?
But and
that's what's necessary for flourishing.
Yeah, but the problem is that a concept of but freedom is for you to conceptualize flourishing necessitates the existence of freedom, of individuals having freedom. Okay. The difference is that the people who live in the Brave New World society, they don't complain about that because they all view themselves as free as they can be. All right. So it's not an issue for them. You view them as being controlled because you can conceptualize the lack of freedom. They don't view it because it's not a problem for them. You see it as a problem because you know what it's like to have it denied to you. But for them, they have all the freedoms that they want. So literally, this is still stance dependence.
I mean, like in the real world, at least, there are objective needs in order to have a flourishing society that must be met, and that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, by your standard,
the Brave New World, it's bad, but they're also somehow able to have their needs met. But this kind of, it's a book. You can just kind of.
Yeah, but the purpose of the book is
underwrite
to take
a lot of the economic issues.
But the purpose of the book takes a lot of these things to their logical conclusion. Yeah, the purpose of the book is to explore these ideas to their logical conclusions. Okay, so ultimately, it's still. But getting back to the moral thing, it's still stance dependent. You have yet to give me like a source or a grounding for stance independent, mind independent moral statements.
I mean, I thought I kind of did go over that, and
no, you appeal to your interpretation of things in reality, which is still stance dependent because someone else can have a completely different interpretation, which means it's not objective.
I mean, just because they have a different, if they misunderstand it, that doesn't really mean it's not objective. It just means they're not really using the rational faculties.
But they're appealing to their own valuation system, which is subjective to them. This is not like an argument about gravity, okay? Gravity will affect you whether you believe it or not. It's an objective truth, okay? Things fall. I mean, it's like, I don't believe in gravity, so if I jump off a building, nothing's going to happen. It's not like that. We're talking about valuations that are dependent upon your capacity for empathy predominantly, okay? So the valuations that lead to moral distinctions are entirely subjective to the individual. There's no like external source for mind independent, stance independent moral truths. It doesn't exist.
I mean, we have certain needs as a human species.
Okay, but we're not talking about just needing food. You're talking about
I'm not talking about
the valuations about the valuations about the food.
No, I'm talking about as human beings specifically. As a rational species with the capacity for reason, not just as any other kind of animal, because hamsters, they also need food.
Yes, but this is all predicated upon your position, your stance as to what rational individuals ought to be doing. So it's still stance dependent. Your stance is that rational evolved agents ought do X. But another person be like, no, I disagree with it because the context that you're talking about are completely different from my frame of reference. So rational evolved agents ought do Y. Because we're all predicating this upon the valuations that we've determined through our capacity for empathy and our individual subjective experiences. So therefore, they're still stance dependent.
Not sure I follow there.
Is your individual subjective experience identical to anybody else's?
No.
Okay. So the valuations that you derive from your individual subjective experiences and your capacity for empathy, which is also not identical to anybody else's. So the moral valuations or the valuations that you derive from those are going to inform the moral distinctions that you make, dependent upon the context in which you're making that distinction. Because they're inherently different at the base, the things that inform them from anybody else, that's the evidence that these things are subjectively derived. They are stance dependent and they're relativistically applied. So unless you can provide a mind independent, stance independent grounding for what ought to be done. Because if you just keep appealing to yourself, you're appealing to your own stance dependence.
Yeah, but there are certain actions we can take that will ultimately harm us in the long run. It may help us survive in the short term, but will harm us in the long run, right?
But by whose standard? Who says that who says it's an objective fact that people should do what you are saying? Where are you deriving that from other than your own stance?
Can you repeat that?
Where are you deriving the conclusion that people ought do a thing other than your own stance? If it's dependent upon your stance, it's subjective.
Well, I mean, if they're alive doing anything, they've already chosen to live. Because
okay, but who determines what the objective quality of a life should be? Where is that determined? Where is that determined stance independently?
Yeah, I mean, that's just our part of our nature as human beings. Like, it's reflective of that.
It's not universal. This is still a valuation of what it means to be human, which is subjective to you. Right?
Not necessarily. I mean,
no, it's still subjective to you.
That's what separates us from the animals.
No. Just because a bunch of people may hold the same position subjectively does not make it an objective truth.
I'm not saying it's the matter of other people. I'm talking about like objective facts.
But that's your view. If that's your view, but that's your view if your stance is that human beings are inherently more special or more advanced than other organisms, which I don't hold to. Biology doesn't even confirm that. So I don't hold that we are animals evolved into our niche, the same as all other species on the planet. So that's what I hold to.
Sure.
So it's
sure, but you can't reason with a bear. If a bear's barreling towards you, you can't just like say, hey, try and convince it not to attack you. You can do that with human beings, but they may not necessarily use their reason, but they have the capacity.
Some do, some don't. So what? This is still stance dependent.
Mm. I'm not sure where we are in this conversation now.
Well, I mean, it's been nothing but a confirmation that these things are stance dependent, that these valuation, that the moral distinctions are stance dependent, which is not a problem. There's no problem there. There's no logical contradiction. There's no physical contradiction. It's not problematic. So I don't know what the issue is.
Well, I mean, if there is no objective morality, then there's kind of no point in making an argument because, like, if morality is just subjective, then there's no reason anyone ought, agree with that statement.
How does that follow? That doesn't follow.
I tried to explain it earlier. Let's see. The point of an argument.
You just have to. The only way that would work is if you just removed goals. But you always have goals.
I was trying to explain it to you, and then you interrupted me. The whole point of arguing is to convince the other person of some sort of objective truth, at least as far as you believe it. And the reason you do that is because you believe that that knowing what is true is objectively good. So in that there's kind of a moral judgment. But if
that wouldn't be built into
I mean, that's
like with J.L. Warren's example with the chess set, the chess thing. If somebody moves a bishop, like they would move a knight, you can say that's wrong. Because for the purposes of that game, that is wrong. But the rules don't, the rules don't let you, move players differently than they're dictated. So it wouldn't be built into you that if you're declaring something as right or wrong in every circumstance, comes with this burden of knowing that it is objectively that thing, in some metaphysical way. When it's perfectly acceptable to do, like in his example, just say that's wrong based on the rules of chess. So I don't understand why I don't understand where your argument is going, I guess.
Oh, I mean, you interrupted me again as I was trying to explain to you.
I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
No, I was.
I couldn't hear you. I thought you'd finished talking.
No, can you hear me, Matt? Better now? Let me check my audio settings. Let's see. How's this? Is this better?
Yeah, that's clear.
Okay. As I was saying, let's see. The point of making an argument is to try to convince the other person of some sort of something you believe to be objectively true, and you do that because you believe that knowing what is true is objectively better than believing in something that's false, and that entails some sort of moral judgment that is, objectively good to believe in truth and not falsehood. Right. So if
Well, sure.
you're to say morality is subjective, then there's no reason I ought to agree with that, and that kind of undermines your entire argument. I mean, every argument you make carries an implicit moral, objective moral judgment, or
right. But what I was objecting to is you seem to be it seemed like you were kind of moving into the position where, well, if it's just subjective, if morality is simply subjective, then there's no point to any of it. But
there would
where
be no point
I don't,
because I could just
right, but there would
believe
be
something else, and there wouldn't be anything wrong with that.
Well, no, because you can still not every single claim would be like that, right? If you've got goals make bots responses or something in that, something along that line, like the chess example, then you do have something objective to point to. So not every argument would would reduce to senselessness or meaninglessness. That's what I'm objecting to with your position. I don't think it follows that you can say, well, any of these claims would be meaningless. No, they wouldn't, because you could stick with something like goals as an example of something that it would be objective, because in that sense, you can have a right and a wrong.
There cannot be an external referent. There cannot be a context. There cannot be a stance. There cannot be a mind, anything that is referenced in determining this thing, that they are true, independent of all of these things. The minute you apply an external referent to it, it becomes subjective and relativistic.
Okay, so help me narrow down my argument. What was my subjective reference?
Yourself, your own stance.
Well, no, it wasn't necessarily myself as much as one's own life.
No. It's your stance on the valuation of life itself.
Well,
the valuation of life, like the value of life or the potential of life, or however you want to articulate it, that is your stance. Your stance is that the value of life or the potential of life is X. Another person can have the stance that the value or potential of life is Y. It's not an objective truth. It is literally just your stance.
Well, the thing is, like, in order to do anything, you have to be alive. So that's kind of the standard by which.
But that's not making an evaluation as to the value of it. That's just saying that in order to do something, you have to exist. That doesn't cover
Right.
that doesn't cover the base of what is the value of the thing, which is a stance that you have. That's a stance. The value of life has you have a stance. The value of life equals X. And then another person says that from their experience, the value of life equals Y.
Maybe we're using two different versions of the word value, because there is value as in like price, and then value as in like things we seek. You know what I mean?
Which is also determining what you're trying to seek is also subjectively determined. Because no two people no one's guaranteed to be seeking the exact same thing.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, we do have objective values that we all share in common. How those values manifest,
they're not objective. No, they're dependent, depending upon the context, like within society.
Well, I mean, we all seek food and water. I mean, those are objective. Those are
okay,
values.
but it's not equivalent to the valuation of the food itself. You may put more value. Your stance may be that food that provides food that provides nutrition over taste. You may value nutrition over taste. That's your stance. Another person may value taste over nutrition. That's their stance. Another person may value them both equal. That's their stance. Another person may not care about either, and they just want to eat. Just the act in and of itself. That's their stance.
Sure.
The biological need to consume calories in order to survive is not the same as making a determination as to the valuation of the quality of what is being consumed. Two different things.
But my point is that, in order to serve one's own life, there are certain things you ought to do.
If you value the life in a particular way, which is stance dependent.
Right. But, I don't necessarily agree with the whole stance dependent thing.
It is stance dependent because some people don't value life at all.
Well, if they didn't value life, they would have acted upon it already. They wouldn't be here.
Not necessarily.
The fact that
they may value their own life, but not other people's lives. Or they may value everyone's life at the expense of their own. See? Stances. Stance dependence.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay, I just heard stand and then like
stance dependence.
Oh, okay. I guess the end got cut off.
I was being cute. I was singing stance dependence. That's what it's because it is. It's all it is stance dependent. That's why you like moral, like objectively true, like mind independent, stance independent, moral statements, like moral truths. They don't exist. Like they don't. You'd have to like pinpoint to a grounding for these things. And every time you try to point to a grounding, you're going to wind up back at a stance. Okay, unless of course you're like a Platonist, where you think that these statements just exist in their own kind of platonic, their own kind of like platonic realm, which I am not. So,
me neither.
So there you go.
Despise Plato.
But there's no point. I mean, there's no problem, logical or otherwise, in these things being stance dependent. Moral relativism is not this giant issue.
I'd say it kind of is, because like if morality is subjective, then there's, as I've stated before, there's no objective reason why I ought believe that then, and the whole
no objective, but there are subjective reasons why, depending upon your stances.
Yeah, but then there's no reason I ought to agree with them, though.
No, you ought because you want to facilitate any particular goal you have. This is not an objective reason for it. It's not a mind independent or stance independent reason. The reasons would come down to you. right? Virillion, if I could sing that high, I would actually go with that, but I don't have that guy's range.
What was I?
I was talking to somebody in my live chat. Go ahead.
But like, if I don't agree with you on any of those goals or whatever,
right?
And there's no reason I ought to agree with you, and then it would include agreeing that morality is subjective.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So unless, of course, we agree upon the same goal.
You're having audio issues again.
Yeah. Unless, of course, we agree upon the same goal.
You back?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can still hear you.
Everyone else can hear me. 8-bit.
I'm wondering if JL is having audio issues again.
No, everyone else
can you still hear me?
8-bit? Yeah, I can hear you, Jefferson.
I can hear
you. I can hear him.
I can't hear him at all. He's not coming through.
So I just fixed I just fixed the volume, so I can hear. So there might be
that's
so
weird.
Andrew was saying that there might be some server issues going on. I'm not 100% sure. It might be a Discord thing. But let me check my properties, levels. See, it's going all over the place. This is so wild.
So JL's talking?
Yes, I am talking.
Yeah. Yeah, he's talking. I can hear him.
I can't hear him at all. Should I
yeah, he's trying to check the settings right now to see what's going on because he can hear me.
Yeah, Jefferson, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, Jefferson can hear me fine. So yeah.
That's an odd one.
So I don't know. I don't know what's happening there. It's likely an issue. Yeah, Andrew was saying it's likely Discord server related. We've had problems like this before. And my for this weird reason, like my freaking volume is going in and out all over the place. Let me try. Give me 1 second. Let me try this. And 1 second.
And that's weird because like I was able to hear him for a bit, and then like the next moment I couldn't.
Let me try. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I just needed to pop out and pop back in. So ultimately, it's if our goals, if we agree upon the same goal, then we ought to do that. But if we don't agree upon the same goal, then there's no incentive for us to work towards the same end. So it's still like context is still stance dependent. But this goes back to the chess analogy.
Wouldn't that make it more contextual than or contingent? I mean, than subjective.
Well, I mean, it's still the context is what provides is the external referent, so it's still subjective. It's still relative. It's relative to the context, subjectively derived by the individuals. It's stance dependent. No problem, Jeff. No problem. So we're still at stance dependence. Yeah. So I think as far as it goes, I think this is about as far as we can get. In order to identify like moral realism, and this is the biggest problem with moral realism, is that you have to identify a grounding that is stance and mind independent. That is for it to be objectively the case. And apart from like appealing to like Platonic forms, it's just not going to happen. Then you have to demonstrate that Platonic forms actually exist and the Platonic realm is a thing. And so that's really problematic. Otherwise, there's no problem in it being stance dependent. There's just no issue there, So,
I mean, I would disagree on that part, but I guess I'd have to get back to you so I can
Not a problem. I'm
Yeah,
actually going to bring.
anytime.
I'm just going to do something real quick before you bounce. I'm going to bring up Andrew O just really fast. He has a question for you. Give me 2
Okay.
seconds. Andrew,
I would like to discuss taxation being theft at some point, though.
yeah, we can definitely do that on the next stage. If you want to pop in, we can definitely run down that. Andrew, you're there. You go.
Yep,
Howdy.
I'm in. Everyone clear on audio for me?
Yep, you're good.
Your mic is
Awesome.
fantastic. by the way.
Okay. Okay, there's a big thing here because I noticed what was a couple of things being skipped over back and forth in terms of things being implicitly valued. You asked on the idea of where that ought should come from if everything's subjective, right?
Wait, which one of us?
You.
Me?
Yeah. You asked, well, where's my ought if everything's subjective?
Right.
Right?
Right.
Okay. Let's just say if I'm running a value system, you're running a value system, you're like, I don't agree with you. And you're like, correct. So the question is what does society do? So ought, in a sense, is kind of an internal pressure. This is like where I might, for instance, look at what you declare as being your value system, right? And as an external party going, well, according to your value system, this is what would be expected. But do you actually have to follow all of your value systems as an absolute? No, you don't. Now, let's say that we have different value systems, which we will, because that's actually exactly what happens. And you think, well, I got a value system, you got a value system. Why ought I do things? Let's say you don't. What problem do you see with that?
I don't. What?
Yeah, if we
Have a
differ
value
and you go,
system or
I don't see why I ought to follow your thing. What problem do you see with that being the case?
But I mean, like, what am I don'ting here? The value system, having the value system, or acting upon it?
Well, you asked about an ought, like why ought I follow X, Y, Z? So what's the problem if you don't follow it?
My objective valuation value system, or
No, there's no objective yet. See, apparently we just have a disagreement. You haven't shown an objective. You just said, I got a value for this, you got a value for that. But you haven't shown objective. That's just you versus me, for instance. I'm putting us as the two people discussing a particular fact or value. So where's the objective? Because it's so far it's just like one person, other person.
I mean, the like I'm pretty sure I've explained already the grounds the objective morality.
Not really.
No, everything.
I mean, so far,
everything you've brought up everything you've brought up has been stance dependent so far.
Yeah, which one was supposed to be objective?
The objective morality is objective based on objective facts about reality. Our objective nature as
pick one.
Rational human beings.
Pick one thing as your example.
I've not finished. You gotta let me finish. So objective morality is objective based on objective facts about reality. Our objective nature as rational human beings, and our objective requirements as a rational species.
Okay, I gotta challenge that.
Requirements for life.
I'm gonna challenge that.
Species.
Okay, I'm gonna ground one of your facts, and then we're gonna find out how you get a value out of it. Fact: if you don't consume food, you will die. Agreed?
Agreed.
So, why should I value eating?
Live.
Oh, no, that's not. No. But why is that a value? Why do I value it? Why do I value the living?
Because you're living, so you've already chosen life.
No. See, the thing is that you already have a value. You see, your survival instinct is generating that value. That's still subjective. Now, let's say I need food. I need food to survive. But hold on. No, it doesn't matter. See, you're creating the value. Here's a thought for you. So I need food to survive. Now, if I eat food again, an alien species is going to wipe out the whole planet. Do I have a choice now?
The fuck?
Yeah, if I eat, I have to eat to survive. I'm challenging your moral fact right now. I'm about to nuke the planet.
Hang on a sec, Andrew, hang on a sec. So 8-bit, this is what he's doing. He's providing a hypothetical that takes your position to its logical extreme to showcase that okay, so just to show that it's likely not consistent.
I value the planet more than just my life. So you think I have to eat? Oh, there's consequences.
Okay.
But what I value is about to change drastically. If I eat, whole planet equals dead. Oh, my value suddenly went from valuing my life to valuing the planet more. So once again, purely subjective. You see, you think that existed in a vacuum, but I just made it a death sentence for the planet. And all of a sudden you realize what self-sacrifice is. You forgot about self-sacrifice. The fact that your body wants to survive doesn't mean you're not going to put your life on your line for your kids. You just took that for granted. And that was the tragic failure. That is not objective.
Yeah.
That's just an overriding value for most things until real stuff is on the line.
And it doesn't even track universally for all organisms. So
yeah, how many people self-immolate? Look at the Buddhists who self-immolate for their beliefs. Apparently survival ain't everything.
I mean, just because they don't use reason, it doesn't.
Oh, no, they use reason.
They use reason.
I use the value.
Yeah, they use reason. You're just disagreeing with the conclusion that they're coming to by using their reason. So you view it as being irrational. They view it as being deeply rational.
I mean,
well, sure, I may die, but the whole planet gets to continue existing.
Right. They may die. They may die. They may die by self-immolating, but the message that they're sending is invaluable. Right?
What message are they sending?
I choose not to eat. The aliens don't obliterate planet Earth.
Gandhi chooses not to eat and almost starves himself to death in order to send a message about equality and the independence of India from Britain. Okay, so he's sacrificing his own survival by putting the valuation of India's independence ahead of that.
Yeah, we just basically reified the me part of this by doing that. Yeah, your instincts is a value for you.
I mean, if you refuse to eat in order to save the world because that's what you want, you're still acting in your own self-interest.
Oh, yes, interest, correct, but not survival. Yeah, so putting survival as an objective is what failed. The objective that you thought survival was just failed.
And then, but if you want to bring it to like, if you want to bring it into acting in your own self-interest, now you have to account for apparently altruistic actions.
I mean, altruistic actions are the opposite of rational self-interest. As self-sacrifice.
Are they because evolutionary game theory accounts for them?
Are we defining altruism the same way here? Because I'm defining it as...
No, we don't need even to do that, because what happens is in every case, that is a value judgment.
It's a value judgment.
And it's dead. You're dead in the water. You're making a valuation, and you're just choosing what the terms are.
Well, I mean,
and it's all you.
I mean, like a lot of people have different ideas of what exactly altruism means.
Yeah, we're not worried about altruism. It's a question that it's a value judgment you've made. I don't care if it's what the reasoning is. The fact that it highlights there's a choice.
So my point is, we're all still talking about things that are stance dependent. You realize that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
These are all still stance dependent. Like everything we brought up is all stance dependent.
I value X, you value Y. Oh, I normally value my life. Oh, but suddenly now I don't. By comparison, it's not objective. It just wins most of the time. Yeah. And most of the time is not a universal. Goodbye objective.
Mm.
Yeah, look at all the things you sacrifice.
It's not a matter of mere survival, though. And I had said that earlier.
Okay, well, I asked you about what an objective fact turned into an objective ought. Where's my objective ought? Yeah, what's the ought we get to derive from that? I have the fact. I have a desire. Where's the ought?
If you have the desire, and that's what you believe.
Desire is a value.
The operative word there. The operative word there. If.
And desire. Desire is the want. You've created the value. You have defined the value to yourself of that. Why did that get to be a value in the first place? You. It's objective. I value
if you possess this and have this desire, then you ought do this relative to that desire.
If I want it, I should do the thing I want, is all that boils down to.
Yeah.
Now fill in the blank with anything you want, including horrors. And that just says, because I want it, I ought to. Including horrors.
I think we're at a good. I think just for the sake of conversation, because I know we've been running a little bit long. I think we got time for one more person. I think we're at a good spot. So
okay.
Yep.
I think
that's what I got. What I wanted to highlight there.
Hell yeah! Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. And by the way, I Killed Earl. I Killed Earl has stated she definitely wants you to read the phone book to her because that voice is just buttery smooth.
Which one of us?
I've been told I've got the perfect face for radio.
Just that buttery smooth voice. So yeah, so 8-bit, I think we're in a good spot to kind of look at these things. So, but yeah, I don't, moral relativism, moral subjectivism. If you want to take it to the philosophical position, moral anti-realism, this tracks. There's no logical problem there. There's no physical problem there. There's no issue there. Okay. But people, what the problem is that people will argue against it because they, from their own stance, what they or their group, from the stance of their group or the stance that they agree with, they will say that their valuations are better than other people's. So therefore they are objective, but no, they still recognize, they are failing to recognize that it's still dependent upon their stances. Okay. So we come to agreement on things and then we form societies around those agreements. If we stop agreeing, then the society changes. So it's what it all comes down to. Cool.
Well, I have one little question. Do you think certain, you have different societies that form around different agreements of what is moral? Do you think, depending upon what they deem as moral, some societies will perform better than others?
Depends upon what you consider performing better.
Like more innovation, more freedom, better economic stability per individual.
Are all of those things actually important? Who's creating that value judgment?
Who's creating that value judgment? Yeah. So like what constitutes economic stability in whose stance?
Now, let's say there was no economic stability, but it led to a massively higher survivability in the end, regardless.
Or if there was extreme technological, or there was extreme technological innovation that pushed us further into the future at the expense of survivability.
It's going to cost half your lives. Sorry, please step into the disintegration chamber for the sake of progress.
I mean, both of those sound kind of self-refuting.
No, because you're still getting it. Yeah, it depends upon your stance.
It's not self-refuting. It's highlighting the subjectivity across the board.
Right, it's subjective across the board. Because your standard of what constitutes the metrics that you put in there are not objective. They're your stance. Other people can have different stances on these things because they have different valuations.
What counts as progress?
Yeah.
What's acceptable losses?
Yeah, exactly. What are acceptable losses? I like that one. What are acceptable losses? For some people, one life one life loss is unacceptable. For some people, 7 figures, 8. Technically, it's acceptable unless it's all. You
You want to make an omelet, got to break a few eggs.
Got to break a few eggs. Machiavellianism, ends justify the means. You don't hold to that. Some people do. So
I was thinking more like Isle of Dr. Moreau.
Isle of Dr. Moreau, that's a good one. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm going to bring this to horror. I will do it. Yeah, everything is a value judgment. And you think, well, this is an adequate price to pay. Oh, for you. And only for now. Just wait till that opinion changes.
Ooh, Star Trek, the drumhead.
That was the step into the disintegration chamber. Was the one member where there's two societies who instead of actually giving real war,
the one with David Ogden Stiers, where they commit themselves to ending once they've reached a certain point in their lives.
Because it's better than the ugliness of war. Guess who made a value judgment?
And so, but in the drumhead, when Captain Picard gives his big speech, and he's talking to Worf, and in that he's talking about literally the price for freedom is constant vigilance. Okay, but sometimes the effort of the vigilance and the toll that it takes makes people think that the freedom is not so valuable. So it's a give and take. It depends upon your stance, because some fascists will say for true peace, you cannot have freedom. But some people say you cannot have peace without freedom. So there's the argument there. So in order to establish peace, we will always have to remain vigilant constantly. So we are literally, to be free, we are imprisoned by our vigilance to ensure that we maintain our freedom, to oppose those individuals who would take our freedom away from us. So we literally imprison ourselves to accomplish our freedom, because we bind ourselves to one thing in order to ensure that we can have that thing, to have the complete opposite, which is wild. All right.
To preserve our freedom, we must destroy it.
Because
I was referring more to the original series.
The TOS, because I remember there was a
I was referring to
there was a TNG that explored that with David Ogden Stiers. They met the species that at a certain point in their life they literally it's their society too. They automatically end their existence when they reach a certain age, because at that point the society subjectively decreed that past a certain point, when you reach a certain age, you've lost your viability. You provide your net loss to society, it now outweighs whatever it gains from your existence. And so at the age of 65, they just self-terminate.
Yeah, I was referring more to the original series episode where they came to two planets in a solar system that were at war with each other, but they got horrified by the real reality of war. So they ran a computer simulation that would simulate what fatalities would be. And each of those societies would have to volunteer members of their society to walk into a disintegration chamber. And they thought that this was a better alternative than actual random bloodshed. That's the horror I was pointing at.
There's some Thanos shit in here as well.
It's all Trek. Trek explored all of this stuff so many ways.
Yeah. Ask yourself this. I know you've seen Avengers, Endgame, Infinity War, and Endgame. Ask yourself this:
Thanos did nothing wrong.
Did Thanos include himself in the snap?
I've heard some arguments saying that he knew that he was at risk. He was willing it.
But he also made the statement. But then Doctor Strange said, "What will you do after? I will rest and look out upon a grateful universe," which was a part of his plan. But he never said.
Was hoping, he was hoping to be there. But I think he wasn't willing to fail.
Should we sacrifice the utilitarians first?
If you've got the Infinity Gauntlet, why not just double the resources rather than having living things?
Maybe the resources are finite. See, nothing really changed other than the organization that actually was a contributor to entropy. So technically, he's not changing the net in that chain, in that formula. He's changing the consumption.
But he says in the last one, he's like, "Okay, I realized my mistake." They're not grateful because the other half can remember what was lost. So I'm going to strip this universe down to the last atom and rebuild a new one. Like, okay, if you have the capability of doing that, you have the capability of doubling the resources in the existing universe. So,
but
it made more sense in the comics because the only reason the reason that he was looking for that was because to kill that many people at that scale would basically mean that Death, who he was infatuated with, pretty much has to.
So
that was his goal.
I think in that, because in the view of doubling the resources, it would just be kicking the can down the road. So he was looking for like the ultimate solution or a final solution, if you will. But sorry, bad joke. But he was looking because just doubling the resources, life will continue to multiply and eventually overwhelm that. So it wouldn't be solving the problem. It would just be kicking the can down the road to a later time. So better to solve it now than just band-aid it and wait till later, you know?
But wouldn't having the population also have the same effect? Just be kicking the can down the road?
It all is, really.
It kind of
is.
Yeah, because once you have it, eventually it's going to grow back, right? So yeah, you get the same.
This is the folly of thinking you're aiming for an ultimate. Yeah.
Ultimately, that's why he's delusional, because it's like, look, the long-term goal of this is not it's not what you think it is, and he the way that he positions himself in the movies is like a martyr. I'm the only one who has the will to make this happen. I'm the only one who sees I see the problem and I see the solution, and this is definitely going to work. I'm like, yeah, you're nuts.
Yeah, when Gamora was like, you don't know that. He's like, I'm the only one who knows it. I'm like, what?
Yeah, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You sound like my uncle during Thanksgiving.
But we're talking about the character who embraces the title of the Mad Titan. Like, I embrace it as like an honorific. It's like, it's not an honorific, dude.
Yeah. Nobody likes you.
You don't have any friends. Nobody likes
wow,
you.
Mama. We've gone to throw Mama from the train. Wow.
Right. All right, so I think we're in a good spot there. Yeah. I appreciate you popping up, Andrew, and 8-Bit. I think we're in a good spot. Awesome. So definitely check it out. Yep. Look into it. Always try to recognize where it stands dependent, and if you can derive it independent of mind stance and just like as an independent thing without resorting to like Platonism, then I think it'll become more clear. Cool.
But I don't have. It's not Platonic. I don't take any Platonic stances.
Right. So
anti-Plato.
Yeah, so looking into it, it's pretty much stance dependent. It's just a matter of just reconciling that and then moving forward. So, because there's no like inherent issues there, right? Cool, awesome, appreciate it, 8-Bit. Thank you so much for coming up, Andrew. You as well.
Yep.
Ditto.
And of course, for further discussions, like I said, I do this every month, third Sunday of the month. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Third Sunday.
Every third Sunday of the month. So the next one will be September 21st. And the notifications go out via my YouTube channel. So if you're, it's a shameless plug, but if you subscribe there, then you'll get the notifications.
Yeah.
All right.
Divide.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the content. All right.
I do.
All right. Take care, bud. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah. Have a good one. You too.
All right. And Andrew, I appreciate you coming up there, bud.
Awesome.
Back there. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew rocks, man. I love having him come up. And apparently I Killed Earl found a new crush. At least with his voice.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
All right.
I thought she was gonna get a little inappropriate in the comments. Just
I was like, oh, getting steamy. All right. Reverse Canvas, I know you've had your hand up for a bit, but like I said, I always try to prioritize the people that we haven't spoken with, like brand new people. We got some people. We're closing in. We got a little bit of time. I want to try and fit as many people in as we possibly can so we can maximize this because we got a few more names. So Cool Bollocks, let's bring you up. I want to maximize these opportunities. Spread some reason and logic and some education possibly. Cool Bollocks, you got the invite? Excellent. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Terrific. So,
okay.
What you got for us? So I guess it was a troll. His audio was screwing up, so I couldn't hear him. But we'll move to the next. James.
I couldn't either.
Yeah, it was like weird. It was like just garbling. I think he was trying to troll us. But James.
Yo, what's up, man?
How's it going? And I like the PFP because I'm currently watching Resurrection, and it's actually
it's great.
Yeah, it's good.
It's great.
So what do you got for us today?
You know, I think. What do you think about it?
About what?
Sorry, my mic's a bit iffy. 1 sec. Can I have like 5 seconds to fix my mic?
Yeah, go ahead. I Killed Earl says she's an audio file. Does that make you an MP3? Audio file. I'm sorry. That was terrible. That was terrible.
So what are your thoughts on animal testing?
On animal testing?
Yes.
That there are certain species that I think certain species I think it would be acceptable to do so, like rats and other organisms that share that have a lot in common with us, but do not possess the level of I would do that'll rise to that because it's necessary for for our own lives. Okay. And the way that they breed and what they provide to it. So, in that respect, but for like monkeys and other organisms that have higher levels of cognition, sentience, and sapience, I would say no. But that's entirely subjective. Some people have different opinions.
Can't scientists use other things than animals?
Well, the difficulty is in biological organisms because you're looking for specific effects that you need, like reactive biology, in order to try and determine, what's going to happen in certain environmental, whatever you're changing in the environment. Technically, you've got the three kingdoms. You've got animals, then you've got bacteria, and then we do experiments on all of them, and then of course archaea like protists and shit like that. So we can use environment things, but I mean, if we're going to try and test something that's going to affect biology, then we need to be able to test it in a controlled circumstance so that we don't threaten a species. So we do it in controlled circumstances, so we don't inadvertently wipe out a species trying to do something. In order to do better things, we don't inadvertently screw things up. That's why we do it in controlled settings. So I don't know what we would test on.
Yeah, I understand you.
I used to be for animal testing, but in my experiments, none of the animals could really safely handle the pencils, so I just gave up. Sorry, bad joke. It will be better, I think, if we do get to the point where we can lab grow organs or tissue, especially say, for instance, cosmetic testing and anything like that. Right. You just lab generate the skin. It's actually circulating. It's living tissue, and you can experiment on that. You don't have to worry about it. It's it's a living organ, but it's not an animal that you gotta burn to see if your new hairspray will melt hair.
I love the idea of Jefferson Spatchcock just scowling at the cat, unable to write because it has no thumbs.
How'd you know? How'd you know it was a cat? That was exactly it.
And he's just
How stupid was I trying to
he's
test
just in the
cat?
background with his lab coat on, just scribbling furiously in his pad. Why isn't this working?
My goal was to get him entrance into law school, and he couldn't even write his name, little fucker.
What is that? I'm sorry, we're totally on a tangent. What is that Simpsons episode? This is a room with 100,000 monkeys and 100,000 typewriters writing the world's greatest novel. He pulls up one sheet. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey. Sorry about that. So anyway,
generally, my general opinion, I am against animal testing. Mostly because I think, and this is probably because I'm naive a little bit, but I've always, ever since I was a kid, I always kind of wondered, wait a minute. So you sat down as a chemist and you wanted to make a shampoo or a bar of soap, and you were making it with ingredients. I understand what you're trying to do, but you're making it with ingredients that you're not exactly sure they could react in a way that will scald a person. And so you want to check and see if that's happening on, say, a monkey. Why would you maybe, yeah, I don't know. I would like to think that there are better ways to, kind of like head that off, but maybe they're not. So again, I'm not a chemist.
That makes sense. Also, one more question before I go.
Uh-huh.
Why do clinical trials in humans require prior animal testing?
So why do we test?
What's up?
Why do we test on animals before we? Why do we clinically test on animals before we approve?
We make the step to humans.
Before we approve human testing.
Yeah.
To reduce the potential of like adverse effects, to make sure that we have as much understanding of that before we simply start applying it to humans. Because if we don't understand them, and if we don't understand the potential adverse effects that are revealed in animal testing, we could wind up sacrificing volunteers to adverse effects that we didn't anticipate. So we want to make sure that the person who is submitting themselves voluntarily for medical testing to be aware of all the potential risks. If they walk into it and they say, well, yeah, we're going to test this on you. Well, what are the potential side effects? We have no idea. Stick. It's like, so this gets into like ethical considerations, and are they really volunteering? Like, to what degree of consent do they have? Because if they knew that one of the potential side effects was grow a whole shit ton of tumors all over your body, they may not have said yes in the first place. Right. So
check out the side effects of the substance. If you've seen that movie, a lot of problems with that probably could justify a little bit of animal experimentation of whatever the hell they were trying to do with that hot mess. Oof.
You're gonna wonder how the FDA approved that process.
Yeah, exactly. If you haven't seen the movie, if you do consider watching it, I hope you have a strong stomach. It's nasty. Did you see it?
Yes.
What was the name of that movie?
The Substance.
The Substance.
Demi Moore, Margaret Qualley, complete and total body horror. So,
yeah, very much.
I don't want
old school, kind of like Cronenberg.
Yeah, Cronenberg style. I don't want to spoil. We don't want to spoil anything for you, but just go check that out. Yeah, you got to wonder how.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys for your time.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it. All right, that was good. Love conversations that end in horror movie references. All right,
Always.
And we got a few minutes left. I want to bring him up. So Javishun, I think we got time for one last one. Javishun.
Hey man, what's up?
How's it going?
Is it alright if I get so I'm actually a translator for Adrian, if he can, That's
okay.
the reason I put my hand up.
All right, cool.
So
what's going on?
No, I mean like I need to have Adrian up here with me. Like I'm his translator.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Gotcha.
If that's fine with you.
This is a first. This is interesting. So Adrian's up. What's going on?
Speak to me, Adrian.
Yes. Yoreshim Koresh.
Okay. So I hear giggling in the background. Not a good sign. And we're short on time, so I just got to move quick. But if I hear giggling in the background, I'm just going to cut it short because I'm not going to risk it because I'm currently live on YouTube and I'm not going to risk my channel. So cool bollocks. One more shot. See if, because it may have just been an audio issue. I just didn't want to risk it. Cool. Can you hear us?
Hey. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Sorry about before, by the way.
Not a problem. What do you got first, real quick?
Okay, so
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's a troll. I thought so. All right.
Just trolling. Yeah.
Yep, and we're going to report that dude to Taco for a TOS violation. So, because I don't want politics getting hit for people being trash. All right. Well, it is literally like 1 minute before 2. This is the perfect stop. We've been going for 4.5 hours, so we're solid. Jefferson, what did you think? This has been an interesting month. This has been I think this was a good stage.
Yeah, with the exception of the last trolls there. Yeah. It's been pretty well, only the one dude, the guy that sounds like he's done time. That was the only one that really. I was getting frustrated with him because he couldn't hold down his own example. Like, dude, what is your problem? I'm trying to figure out who this Joseph guy is in your top chat or the live chat over on your YouTube thing. I don't know who he is, but he seems to he's kind of in a argument with a few people over there, and
Let me see.
I can't figure out what what's going on.
I haven't really. I've been kind of like bouncing back and forth, but so I don't know. So Joseph, it's a shame because if Joseph has something he wants to defend, then he should have come up on the stage to defend it. But he didn't. This was the opportunity, where people are welcome, and I'll invite people to come up. And so, but I guess Joseph doesn't want to defend that. He just wants to argue in the side chat, which is fine. That's his prerogative. I'm not going to force him or them. I don't want to assume gender. But yeah, this was a really, really good one. I think just a modicum of trolls that we caught quick because I've gotten pretty good at that. One kind of creepy conversation, but otherwise I thought some solid conversation, especially the one about morality. I thought some serious progress was made in that one.
Yeah, I don't get into those very often, and I don't know where I am on that. I'm probably more in like the constructivist camp, so I'd probably lean more towards like moral realism as opposed to moral subjectivism, but I'm not sure.
I like the discussion. I really do, because like sussing out what the individual stance is that's informing the distinction is always really good. And I think that drilling down to it, you're always going to wind up at a stance, which I think is fascinating. So, because I just like, that's why I just reject moral realism. It's just like, it's impossible unless you're appealing to like Platonic forms, like Platonic, space or whatever. It's like, yes, X is immoral. It's just a floating around truth, just right next to the objective number 2. Is floating out there in Platonic space. So,
yeah.
All right. So this was good. So I appreciate everybody coming up. Reverse, I'm sorry. If we have an opening on the next one, I'll definitely try to bring you up. Andrew, thank you so much for popping up and giving your insights into that. I think it was really, really helpful. And thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the stage. Everybody in the live chat, I hope you enjoyed it as well. I do this every single month, third Sunday of the month. I'm looking at potentially doing it more often, because I think this was a really successful one. I really enjoyed this one, and I hope you all did as well. But as far as it stands, the next one's going to be September 21st will be the next stage of Raisin. So look for the notification on my channel. If you happen to be subscribed, you'll get that notification when I schedule it, and you can come up on stage and talk to us. I'll have other guests. And Jefferson, please pass my apologies on to Jay, because I wanted to get Jay up here as well. I was just looking for a moment, and it just didn't present itself to organically bring him up. And he had to leave.
He had a, because when this starts out for him, he had gotten off a shift.
Oh, okay.
So he's just kind of staying up late. I did ask him a couple of times if he wanted me to tag you in, but then we didn't kind of get into that conversation with Urkel until later.
Right.
But he did have a really good argument on that one that would have stumped the guy. But I think it would have been. I told him, I think it would have been kind of wasted on him because he wasn't really paying too close attention to what we were saying.
Yeah.
He kept responding with, "I don't care," but you want me to? I don't care. Whatever. I mean, they'll work it out. They'll figure it out. Like the coat hanger. What the fuck is your problem? Like, kind of. What are we talking about here? Like, I just like to think about these things from time to time. Like, what in between strangling cats? What the fuck are you up to? Like, what? Tell me what part of Detroit that you're in, so I can not drive through there.
He's in that part of Detroit where they filmed Barbarian.
Oh God!
Right. Anything to come down on a horror film, I swear. Yes. So he's definitely.
Which, by the way, I have not. I have not seen Weapons yet. I need to get out.
You're gonna dig it. You're gonna dig it. All right. So.
Thanks for having me on. This was fun. And
absolutely.
Yeah, I'll let him know. I forgot that you generally only have one guest up at a time, just to keep one co-host kind of thing.
Yeah.
At a time, because I kind of thought Jay would be on here, but I don't think he wouldn't have been interested. Like the first thing that we got into, like the anti-natalism thing. I know for a fact he's not interested in that topic. I've never really ever discussed it with anybody before, so I was a little bit more interested in it.
And I
thought it would be.
I Killed Earl says that she's got dibs on the next SOR, and thinks that you and her would absolutely flex. So like a Jefferson Spatchcock and I Killed Earl kind of like stage would just be an absolute flex, which could be interesting. And Atomic Punk is demanding a horror movie discussion stream. Yes, we had one. We had one for 5 years called Week in Horror. Okay, it's a YouTube channel, Week in Horror. So if you want to, it was a podcast that we did that me and my filmmaker friends did for 5 years, where we discussed all things horror. Over 1,000 movies we talked about in the span of that podcast. You're more than welcome to pop over there and check that out. All 5 seasons are available for you to see. So, I hope you dig it over there, because we did a lot of talking about horror movies over there. So Week in Horror, WEEK in Horror. So I'm sure you'll enjoy that.
Got some good recommendations out of you from that one.
Hell yeah. All right, y'all. So thank you all so very much for joining us for the Stage of Reason. I appreciate y'all coming up, and this has been an absolute blast. And we'll see you on the next one. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. Y'all be good. Yay. And we're good there. Fantastic. This was a good one. I'm very, very happy with that stage. Okay. Like the last closing minutes we're going to have here. So this was a blast. Thank you all so much for joining. This has been really cool. I know we've been going for like 4.5 hours, and I appreciate all of the chat, all of the star chats that came in. Just wanted to get these real quick. So Tina Jones has been a member of the Godless Army for 42 months. I appreciate that, Tina. Thank you all for those milestone chats. And new members, I appreciate that. Please enjoy if you joined the Godless Army, please enjoy the channel badge, and of course the channel badge, which I've modeled after the expanding mind meme, because the longer you're subscribed to me, the more your mind expands. And of course, all the custom emojis that I've made for you as well. I hope you enjoy those. So I appreciate everybody for hanging out, and you guys rock. And we do this, like I said, Stage of Reason, every third Sunday of the month. So next one, September 21st. I hope to see you all there. This has been a lot of fun. As for Bridge the Divide, more content is coming up. I've got my Trent Horn videos coming up, some responses to Redeem Zoomer and some others. So I hope you all dig those when they get hit. So stay tuned. All right. And of course, whatever news comes along, I'll try to increase the amount of live streams that I do. And there is a video coming up, probably a short, that I will upload, where I finally get PMARS to admit to some really embarrassing shit, which I think is going to be hilarious. It's just a short that Taco managed to grab for me in a conversation I had with him. So some good stuff. So more stuff coming down. I hope you all enjoy it. So thank you for supporting the channel as always. And to all of you, be safe. Be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. I'll see y'all. Love you.